Good afternoon. Madhuri, good afternoon. Am I audible and visible? Am I audible and visible? Yeah, thank you, Madhuri. Let some more people join in and then I'll begin. Hemil, I don't know this. I don't know that. I'll not be able to answer that question. I don't know. You please mail me, Hemil. I'll mail it to the concerned person. Okay, just hold on. Vijay.kumar@byju's.com. Hemil, all small letters, vijay.kumar@byju's.com. Divyani, I'll not be able to answer that. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, am I audible and visible? All clear? Yeah. Let's start this topic. I have a few factual topics this session. One is Indian literature. Easy, but very factual. So you might get lost in the sea of information, but then that's how the topic is. Indian literature. I'll give you a broad understanding of this topic. Indian literature. We'll discuss this topic called Indian literature. Then we'll go to Indian philosophy. Philosophy is another interesting topic, but then philosophy is not everybody's cup of tea. But then we will try to make it as simple as possible. Philosophy, then Bhakti Sufi movement is another topic which I have taken up. So we'll finish these three topics, and then I wanted to do dance, but dance is missing in the PPTs. Probably in the post evening session, 5:30 onwards. Then we'll handle that topic, Indian dance, etc. Yeah, Sunny, just mail me. You please mail me vijay.kumar@byju's.com. I will, they'll send you a rescheduled. I was inquiring a rescheduled, timetable will be sent to the students. That's what I was told. So I'm not very sure about it. But then you mail me, I'll again forward it to the concerned department. That's what I can tell you. Sunny, okay? vijay.kumar@byju's.com. That's the least I can do, Sunny, because that is a separate department. Yeah. You keep focusing, keep studying. Don't worry about that. It will start, and they will send you a rescheduled timetable soon. Can we begin? Indian literature. Sunny, am I clear? Okay. Indian literature. Now understand this topic. Indian literature. Now we have a huge body of literature, which was culled out in ancient and medieval India. A huge body of literature. A number of books on various subjects were written in various languages. Now, when it comes to ancient Indian literature, when it comes to ancient India, the predominant language was Sanskrit. Sanskrit was the predominant language in which we find a number of books written on various subjects. Sanskrit was the language of the elite sections, shishtas, as it was called, shishtas. Shishtas means elite sections. The rich and the influential sections of society spoke Sanskrit, whereas the Desha Bhasha, the language of the masses, Desha Bhasha was Prakrit. So Sanskrit was the language of the Shishtas or the elite sections of society, and Prakrit was the Desha Bhasha. Desha Bhasha. Desha Bhasha means language of the masses. Language of masses. Now, Prakrit has two dialects. We have two dialects of Prakrit. Two dialects. What are the two dialects of Prakrit? One is Pali and Ardhamagadi. The other is Ardhamagadi. These are the two dialects of Prakrit. Okay, so Sanskrit and Prakrit. So most of the books were written in Sanskrit language in ancient India. And now, among the books, what are the various subjects in which books were written in Sanskrit language? We have Vedic literature. Vedic literature is in Sanskrit. Entire corpus of Vedic literature is in Sanskrit language. Then we have poems or kavyas. They are called kavyas. They are in Sanskrit language. Drama, that is Nataka. Drama means Nataka. So we have a number of examples of dramas or Natakas composed in Sanskrit language, written in the Sanskrit language. Then we have Shatakas. Shataka. What are Shatakas? Single miniature stanzas. We'll come to that. Shatakas are single miniature stanzas. So again, they are in Sanskrit language. Champus. What are champus? A form of literature. Prose interspersed with verse interspersed with prose. That is called champus. Poem and prose together. Interspersed with prose. Verse interspersed with prose. Champus. Then we have scientific literature. Scientific literature in Sanskrit language. Right? So we have a huge body of literature which was written in Sanskrit language in ancient times. Then with the coming of Buddha and Mahavira, we have books written in Pali as well as Ardhamagadi. Understand this? So we have with the coming of Buddha and Mahavira, with the coming of Buddhism, most of the Buddhist literature is found in two languages. One is Pali, the other is Sanskrit. So Buddhist literature is in two languages, Pali and Sanskrit. So predominantly when you talk about Hinayana, entire body of Hinayana literature is in Pali. And Mahayana is in in Sanskrit. Mahayana is used Sanskrit. So Buddhist literature is found in two languages, Pali and Sanskrit. Right? Then we come to Jainism. Jainism, the language used is Prakrit. Most of the books are written in Prakrit language. And Vardhaman Mahavir used the Ardhamagadi dialect of Prakrit. Ardhamagadi dialect of Prakrit. So ancient India, we have two major languages in which books were written or works were written. One is Sanskrit, which was the language of the Shishtas, and then Prakrit. But most of the literature is found in Prakrit language, is in Sanskrit language. Most of the books were in Sanskrit language. And we have a huge body of Sanskrit literature. We'll discuss that. With the Vedic literature, entire corpus of Vedic literature. Vedic literature is divided into Shruti and Smriti. So what are the books what are the books which come under the category of Shruti? The four Vedas, Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Atharva Veda, the Brahmanas, the Brahmana textbooks, Aranyakas, Upanishads, epics like Ramayana, Mahabharata, Dharmashastras or Smritis, the law books of India, all these are in Sanskrit language. We'll talk about it, right? Then we have, they come under the category of Shruti. And what is Smriti then? Smriti is books written by special human beings, in the sense by humans, by ordinary humans. The Shruti is divinely revealed knowledge. Gods are supposed to have revealed the knowledge of the Shruti to the sages, and later the sages got it written down. It was all memorized by the sages. They heard the revealed knowledge of by the gods in their minds. They stored it in their minds, and then they dispersed it. They orally transmitted that knowledge to their students. That is called Shruti. And Smriti is written by human beings. Of course, special human beings. Like, for example, the Ramayana was written by Valmiki. The Mahabharata was written by Vedavyas. Like that. Puranas, Dharma Shastras, law books of India. So they are all come under the category of Smriti. We'll talk about it. Interesting. Vedangas, Upavedas, Puranas, all these come under the category of Vedic literature. Then poems, important poems. For example, the poems of Kalidasa, Ritusamhara, Meghaduta, Kumara Sambhava, okay, etc. These are all poems, famous poems written by Kalidasa. So you have to know the author and the book. No, important natakas, dramas written by Kalidasa and other great dramatists. Um, so natakas. Then Shatakas. So what are Shatakas? We'll talk about it. Champus, scientific literature, Aryabhatta, Varahamihira, Brahmagupta, Charaka, Shushruta. They all wrote in Sanskrit. Various books on various subjects: physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics. Then chemistry, veterinary science, metallurgy. So all these were written in Sanskrit language. Did you understand? Hello, all of you. Yeah, Hemil, I will. Yeah, so Buddhism is in two languages, Pali and Sanskrit. Then, so you have to know what are the books written in Pali, right? What are the contents of Pali literature? What are the contents of important books written by the Mahayana Buddhists in Sanskrit language? Then Jainism. Then apart from these languages, so look here. One is Sanskrit. The second is Prakrit, divided to Pali and Ardhamagadi. The third would be the Dravidian languages. The third category would be Dravidian languages. What are the Dravidian languages? Dravidian languages would be four, obviously. We have Tamil. So, Tamil language. So, we study about Sangam literature, important books written during the Sangam age. What is the Sangam literature? What is Sangam, first of all? Important books written during the Sangam literature, which is divided to five categories: early books, okay, then 10 idylls, like that. Short poems called 10, Pattapat, Padinankin Kalukku, that is 18 minor works, 5 epics. So these are all the books written by the Tamils. Then we have the Alvars and the Nayanars. Alvars were Tamil Vaishnava saints who composed prabandhas in praise of Vishnu. That's called Nalayira Divya Prabandham. So they composed devotional literature in praise of Vishnu. And even now in the Vishnu temples of Tamil Nadu, those songs composed by the Alvars, there were 12 Alvars or Vaishnava saints, they compose songs. So that comes under the category of Tamil literature. Then Nayanars are the Shaiva saints, 63 Shaiva saints who composed devotional poems, songs in praise of Shiva. So that is contained in books called Tevaram or Dravida Veda. So we study about Tamil literature. Then Kannada language, second oldest of the Dravidian languages, Kannada. So these have a history of more than 2000 years. That's why they come under the category of classical languages. Tamil, Kannada have a history of more than 2000 years. So the earliest books written in Kannada during you have various dynasties which ruled in South India, the Kannada speaking dynasties. Like, for example, the Rashtrakutas, the Badami Chalukyas, the Rashtrakutas, who ruled over Ellora, Malkhed, and later Ellora and later Balkhed. So we have great scholars like Pampa, Ponna, Ranna, who was in the court of the Kalyana Chalukyas. So these are the Trimurtis. They call the Trimurtis or the triumvirate of Kannada literature. The Kaviraja Marga, written by Sri Vijaya in the court of Amogavarsha, the Rashtrakuta king. So important books written in Kannada. Then we have also the Veerashaivas or the Lingayat movement, who were responsible for enriching Kannada literature. So Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, third oldest of the Dravidian languages. Iranna, Errapragada, Nanaya. So these are the great Telugu literatures: Tikkanna, Errapragada, Nanaya, the Trimurtis of Telugu literature. The Ashtadigajas, who were in the court of Krishnadevaraya. Important books written in Telugu, development of Telugu literature, in other words, and of course Malayalam. Malayalam. So ancient Indian literature is this. This is what we study in ancient Indian literature: Sanskrit, then Prakrit, which is divided into two dialects, Pali and Ardhamagadi, and then we have Dravidian languages, Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, and Malayalam. So again, factual information, right? It's all factual information. So, but what I've done is I have made charts for our convenience. I have made charts. So when you prepare this topic, you make charts. And if you find something new, something important and relevant, please add it to the chart, and that way it is easy to remember things. So I have made charts for our convenience, right? Then we come to medieval Indian literature. I'll come to that in some time. Medieval India. Let me now only talk to you about medieval India. So I'll come to that in some time. I'll come to that. So this is about ancient Indian literature. Are you there with me? Can you raise your hands? Okay. So this is the gist of this topic: ancient Indian literature. Then we come to medieval Indian literature. Once I discuss this, I'll come there. So we'll run through this. This is factual again. So here on your screen. So the study of here in ancient times, most of the books were written in Sanskrit language. Sanskrit was the language of the Shishtas, the sophisticated elite, and Prakrit was the Desha Bhasha, language of the masses. And Prakrit has two dialects, Pali and Ardhamagadi. Then you have a huge body of literature which was composed in Sanskrit language. We have the Vedic literature, the Shad Darshanas, the philosophies, six philosophies, Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, like that. They're all philosophies which were composed in Sanskrit language. Dharma Shastras or Smritis, law books of ancient India. Grammar books, Vyakarana is grammar. Puranas, poems or kavyas, prose romances, champus, natakas. Didactic literature. What is didactic literature? I'll come to that in some time. Didactic literature is the author is forcing the reader to think in a particular manner. So the author is influencing the mind, the thinking of the reader, is forcing the reader to think in a particular manner. That is called didactic literature. Lexicography, collection of dictionaries, scientific literature. All these are come under the category of Sanskrit literature. Huge number of books on various subjects written in Sanskrit language. Apart from Sanskrit, we have Pali and Prakrit, I told you. And then, of course, we have the Dravidian languages, Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam. And in medieval times, most of the books were written in Persian language. Only some books were written in Arabic. Though the Holy Quran is in Arabic language, only some books were written in Arabic language. Most of the books were written in Persian language. The Delhi Sultans promoted Persian literature, language and literature. The Mughals promoted Persian. Even in the Bahmani Sultanates, in the Deccan, they promoted Persian literature rather than Arabic. So let us talk about this. All the literature we have to remember, not necessarily Hemalata. The thing is, we look at the questions at the end of this chapter. They might give you, say for example, they might give you match the following, okay, or they might already give you a match. They might have already matched the author and the book, and they might ask you which is the right match or the wrong match. That's one way of looking at it. Or they might ask you to match separately, author, book. Or in the mains, they might ask you highlight the development of Sanskrit literature in ancient India, or development of Persian language and literature in medieval times. So you already make a 250-word answer and keep it. You anticipate questions, 250-word answer. After all, you have to write. So already make it and keep it. Then it will be easy to cover this topic and write the answer. So you should anticipate. These are all factual topics. So therefore, if you already make notes and keep it, then it is good for you. Good to go. You can save a lot of time in the mains. Okay, so did you understand, Hemalata? That's how you prepare for this topic. We look at the questions later at the end of this chapter. So Vedic literature. So the word. So I'll discuss this. Word Veda means to know. It comes from the Sanskrit word vid, meaning to know or knowledge par excellence. Vedas were compiled by great sages. Vedic texts are divided into two sections: Shruti, that is based on hearing, and Smriti, based on memory. So Vedas are supposedly divinely revealed knowledge. Gods are supposed to have revealed the knowledge of the Vedas to the sages through the medium of sound. So God spoke. The sages were not able to see the gods, but then the God spoke, and it is supposed to be the word of God, the Vedas. And all that the sages heard was recorded by them in their mind. They had a brilliant way of memorizing things. So they remembered whatever the gods revealed, and then they transmitted the knowledge of the Vedas orally. So this is called Shruti, divinely revealed knowledge. So what are the books which come under the category of Shruti? Four Vedas. The four Vedas: Rig Veda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, Atharva Veda. Then the Brahmana textbooks, Aranyakas, and Upanishads. So these are the Shruti. Then Smriti. Smriti is based on memory. So that is written by human beings. So for example, Vedangas, Upavedas, Puranas, epics like Ramayana, Mahabharata, Dharma Shastras, Niti Shastras, they all come under the category of Smriti. So Shruti, Smriti. Are you there with me? Hello, all of you? Clear? Okay. Shruti, Smriti. Now we come back. So we will be discussing each of these Vedas. Rig Veda. So Rig Veda is the first text in world literature, the first text on Indo-European languages. It is a collection of 1028 poems grouped into 10 books or mandalas. 1028 poems grouped into 10 books or mandalas. They are in basically prayers addressed to different gods. So Rig Veda is basically prayers addressed to different gods. Books 2 to 7 are considered to be the oldest. Books 2 to 7. And 1, 8, 9, and 10 seem to be later editions. Right? So Gayatri Mantra is the most important part of the Rig Veda. It was composed by sage Vishwamitra. It is in Mandala 3. Gayatri Mantra, composed by sage Vishwamitra, addressed to the solar goddess Savitri. So I'm sure all of you know Gayatri. Most of you know Gayatri Mantra. You must have heard about Gayatri Mantra. So even now it is chanted in the houses, in temples, etc. Right? It's supposed to ward off evil, supposed to fortify the person, etc. So it was composed by sage Vishwamitra. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam. It goes like that, as you know. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. That one, right? This is Gayatri Mantra. Then Haruyupiya, that is Harappa. That finds mention in Mandala 6. Haruyupiya or Harappa. Then Battle of 10 Kings mentioned in Mandala 7. So important things I have added here. Go through it. Mandala 9 is dedicated to Soma god. God Soma. Mandala 9. Mandala 10 contains the Purusha Sukta hymn. That is the origin of the four Varnas. From the forehead of Brahman arose the Brahmana. From his shoulders arose the Rajanya or Kshatriya. From his thighs arose the Shudra. From his thighs arose the Vaishya, and the feet arose the Shudra. That is the Purusha Sukta hymn. The priest that recites the Rig Veda is the Hotri. And Rig Veda was sometime back included in the UNESCO list of world human literature. It's part of UNESCO world human literature, Rig Veda. Then Sama Veda, origin of Indian music, is from here. It is the first text to deal with Indian music, Sangeeta Shastra. The main theme is meter or volume called Chandas. The sage who recites the Sama Veda is the Udgatri. So Udgatri priest recites the Sama Veda. Origin of Indian music is traced to Sama Veda, the Sangeeta Shastra. Yajurveda deals with rituals and ceremonies. It is both in verse and prose. Then mentions the royal ceremonies of Rajasuya and Vajapaya sacrifices. So these two sacrifices are mentioned for the first time in the Yajurveda. Then the priest that recites the Yajurveda is the Adhvaryu. Then Atharva Veda was considered not a part of Veda for a long time because it was composed by non-Aryans. It dealt with witchcraft, sorcery, invoking evil spirits. So it dealt with black magic, witchcraft, etc. Therefore, it was not considered a part of Veda. And later it was considered as a part of Veda because it deals with medicine, Ayurveda. It deals with medicine. It deals with Ganita Shastra, mathematics. It deals with geometry, Rekha Ganita. No Brahmin recites the Atharva Veda. And it is the latest Veda. Atharva Veda is the latest Veda. Then we have Brahmanas. So we have the four Vedas. Then we have Brahmana textbooks. They deal with ceremonies. They explain the Vedas in an orthodox way. They are ritualistic by nature. Brahmanas. Then Aranyakas. So they had some of the books were having magical powers. I believe that's why the sages revealed the knowledge of these books to the students in the forest. That's why they're called forest texts or Aranyakas. So they are the concluding part of the Brahmanas, Aranyakas. Then we have Upanishads, also known as Vedanta, Veda Anta, that which came towards the end of the Vedic period. Upanishads are also called Vedanta. There are totally 108 Upanishads. Basically, it means knowledge gained by sitting close to the teacher. Knowledge acquired by sitting close to the teacher. That is called Upanishad, literally translates to that. Knowledge gained by sitting close to the teacher. They are in the form of dialogues. They are in the form of dialogues, and they deal with metaphysics. That is from known to unknown, abstracting thinking. For example, origin of universe. How did the universe originate? Nature of God. What happens after a person dies? All such answers are found in the Upanishads. So they deal with metaphysics, abstract thinking. They're anti-ritualistic in nature. They're against rituals. So what are the important Upanishads? You see here, Katha Upanishad deals with creation. So basically it talks about the story of a boy called Nachiketa. Are you there with me, all of you? This is factual in nature. Just understand, hear me out. Go back and read. Okay, and then supplement that reading with your textbook reading. That is your Nitin Singhania book. The Katha Upanishad deals with creation, how the world was created. It deals with the dialogue of a student called Nachiketa with god of death called Yama. So here there was a student called Nachiketa, a boy called Nachiketa. He asked his father, I believe, what happens when a person dies? After a person dies, what happens to that person? So father could not give him the right answer. The father of that boy, no, that is Nachiketa's father, sent him to Yama, the god of death. So Nachiketa goes to Yamalok and he was waiting for Yama. Yama had gone somewhere on his buffalo. So he was not in station. So Nachiketa waits for Yama and he waits for Yama for 3 days. Now Yama comes back after 3 days and he was very happy because nobody waits for Yama, the god of death. And Nachiketa is supposed to ask Yama what happens after a person dies. And a lengthy discourse is given by Yama. He gives a long answer. So that is there in the Katha Upanishad. Then arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. This famous quote of Swami Vivekananda is found in the Katha Upanishad. Then Jabala Upanishad talks about Varnashrama Dharmas, that is the four ashramas. What are the four ashramas? What are the four ashramas into which a Dvija's life was divided into? Jia, Kennedy, Hemalata, Shambhavi, four Varnashramas. Brahmacharya Ashrama, Grihastha Ashrama, Vanaprastha Ashrama, Sannyasa Ashrama. Do you remember? Dvija's life was divided into four: Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. Very good. So that is found in the Jabala Upanishad. Then Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, transmigration of souls. That is when a person dies, it is only the death of the physical body. The Atma, soul, is permanent. Until a person squares off his karmic debts, he has to keep on taking repeated births. That is found in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Then Mundaka Upanishad, our national slogan, Satyameva Jayate, is found here. Satyameva Jayate, truth alone triumphs. That is our national slogan. Truth alone triumphs. Then Chandogya Upanishad talks about the childhood of Lord Krishna for the first time. Kino Upanishad talks about Uma or Parvati. Shvetashvatara Upanishad, definition of Shiva is found for the first time. That Shiva frequents the graveyards, he smears ashes on his body, he's got a snake as a jewel, etc., etc., all those things. Shvetashvatara Upanishad defines Shiva. Right? And please understand, so Upanishads were the ones who criticized the cult of rituals and sacrifices, and they believed in right belief and right knowledge. So even before Buddha and Mahavira came onto the scene and criticized the corruptions which are crept into the Vedic religion, Upanishadic teachers had criticized the corruptions in the Vedic religion, even before Buddha and Mahavira came onto the scene. Okay, then we have the six Vedangas. They are all part of Smriti literature. What are the Vedangas? Meant to explain the Vedas. These are the 6 Vedangas. Shiksha, phonetics, but that is how to pronounce words. Phonetics, Shiksha. Nirukta, etymology, root of words. Etymology is root of words. Chandas, meter, how to recite. Vyakarana, grammar. Kalpa, ritual. And Jyotish, astronomy. Among the 6 Vedangas, the most important is the Kalpa Shastra or the Kalpa Sutra. Most important is Kalpa because it deals with all these. Griha Sutras, it deals with all these subjects. Griha Sutras, that is, or Dharma Sutras, deals with household ceremonies like rituals connected with birth, marriage, naming ceremony, birth ceremony, marriage ceremony. They're all found in the Griha Sutras or Dharma Sutras. Selva Sutras deals with Rekha Ganita, geometry. So that is what is the dimension of the Yagna Kund, Havan. When the Havan is being done, before the Havan, what is the dimension of the Havana Kund? So that is where the roots of geometry come from, Salva Sutra. Shata Sutra deals with social ceremonies involving all castes, like, for example, the coronation of the king, so large public sacrifices. And please understand, during the Vedic period, knowledge was transmitted orally. The Vedic Aryans were illiterate. I repeat, the Vedic Aryans were illiterate. They had developed a beautiful method of remembering things called the Sutra style, that is condensed style intended for memorization. Condensed style intended for memorization, right? It was condensed into short, terse formulae, almost like formulas they were. So a huge body of literature was remembered orally, mentally. There was no writing in the Vedic period. Then we have the Upavedas, the 4 Upavedas. What are the 4 Upavedas? They're meant to make one's life happy, safe, and secure. Ayurveda, medicine. Dhanurveda deals with archery. Gandharva Veda, music. Shilpa Shastra, sculpture. These are the 4 Upavedas. Then we have epics, Ramayana, Mahabharata. Ramayana, Mahabharata. Please understand, the Ramayana is older than the Mahabharata. And Mahabharata deals with the state of affairs from the 10th century to the 4th century AD. It deals with affairs from 10th century BC to 4th century AD. It was not written in one shot by Vedavyas. So who wrote the Mahabharata? Vedavyasa. But then it was not written in one go. You have stories added in between. They're called interpolations. For example, you see here, for example, initially Mahabharata had 8,800 verses, poems. That was called Jaya Samhita. Then it was increased to 24,000 verses. And finally, 1 lakh verses. It came to be called Mahabharata or Shata Samistra. I'm not getting that. Wait, just hold on. Mahabharata consisting of 1 lakh verses. Shata Samistra. I'm not getting that word. Okay, it's a Sanskrit word. Anyway, we'll come back here. So 1 lakh verses, totally called. Finally, it was called Mahabharata. The most important part of the Mahabharata is the Bhagavad Gita, the song celestial. This is the 6th book in the Mahabharata. 6th book in the Mahabharata is the Bhagavad Gita, where you have Krishna giving a discourse to Arjuna. So Krishna is giving a discourse to Arjuna and telling him his duty. Don't be attached to results or fruits. You just do your duty. Karam karo. Vasudeva. Okay, fine. Then the Ramayana of Valmiki. Again, this was not written in one go. You have stories added. Initially, it consisted of 6,000 verses, increased to 12,000, and finally to 24,000. And Ramayana is older than Mahabharata. And 2 great scholars drew inspiration from Ramayana. One was Ashwagosha, and the other is Kalidasa. So you can see here, the government of India has released stamps of various denominations, mostly 5 rupee stamps. And the entire story of the Mahabharata is explained in these stamps. Verse is like a poem, Kennedy. Verse is a poem. unlike prose, right? Verse is a poem. Yeah, Karandi. So you can see here the story of the entire story of the Ramayana is given in the form of maps. Now, there are different types of Ramayana, different versions of Ramayanas. Nearly 300 Ramayanas are there. Famous ones are Valmiki Ramayana and Ramacharita. And we have different versions of Ramayana in China, Japan, Southeast Asia, Sri Lanka, including Iran, West Asia. You have a Buddhist version, a Jain version of Ramayana also. And we have about 5 different versions of Sanskrit Ramayanas. Original Ramayana is Valmiki Ramayana. But apart from Valmiki Ramayana, we have 5 other versions of Ramayanas in Sanskrit language. In one version of Ramayana, I think Jain Ramayana, Sita is the daughter of Ravana. Understand this? Very interesting. Ravana's daughter is Sita, and Ravana fights with Rama, or rather Rama fights with Ravana because Ravana refuses to give his daughter in marriage to him. Therefore, there's a fight between Ravana and Rama. So there are different versions of Ramayana. So what I have done is I put a chart for you. So this is in Sanskrit language. You see, Vedavyasa wrote Mahabharata, but Vedavyasa also has written a Ramayana. This is called Adhyatma Ramayana. Adhyatma Ramayana in Sanskrit is written by Vedavyasa. Vedavyasa is the author of Mahabharata. He also wrote a Ramayana. So I put that here. Ananda Ramayana. Then we have what was the main purpose of these Ramayanas? To recite the epic. The main idea was to recite the epic. And we have in various modern languages different versions of Ramayana, different Ramayanas written in different languages. So I've given a chart for you. For example, Gujarati Ramayana, written by Giridhara Das. Ramayana in Gujarati language, written by Giridhara Das. This is called Tulsi Krita Ramayana. Similarly, Bengali version of Ramayana, written by Kirtivas Oja, Kirtivasi Ramayana. Hindi, Ramcharitamanas, written by Tulsidas, Goswami Tulsidas. Assamese, that is Saptakanda Ramayana, written by Madhava Kandali, and so on and so forth. Oriya, Balaram Das, Jagamohana Ramayana, also known as Dandi Ramayana. So explanation I have given you here in the last column. Go through it. Punjabi Ramayana, written by the 10th Sikh Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He writes Rama Avatar, Chaubis Avatar, a collection of 24 legendary tales of 24 incarnations of the god Vishnu. Okay, so this is Guru Gobind Singh has written the Rama Avatar. That is Punjabi version of Ramayana. Then Kamban writes a Tamil Ramayana, Rama Avataram. Telugu, Ranganatha Ramayana. Kannada, Narahari, that is Kumara Valmiki Torave Ramayana. Malayalam, Kannasa Ramayanam, written by the Kannasa family. So, go through this, please, right? Are you there with me? There's no point in reading it because it is there in the page in front of you. Go through it. And they might ask you different versions of Ramayana, match the following: Marathi Ramayana, Konkani Ramayana, Urdu Ramayana is also there. Ramayana in Urdu is also there, right? So you see here, Persian Ramayana, Ramayana in Persian, Dastan-e Ram o Sita. So here, this is Akbar who got the Ramayana translated in the Mughal period. Mahabharata was also translated into Persian language. Urdu Ramayana is called Poti Ramayana. Very interesting. Then we have various parts of the world: Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, Southeast Asian countries, Japan, even Mongolia. They have different versions of Ramayana, right? So you have various and even different interpretations are also the metamorphosed forms of Ramayana are also there. For example, we have the Japanese Ramayana, Ramen Shaw. Vietnam, no, Sinhalese, Janaki Harana in Sri Lanka. Then Cambodia, Reamer. Bali, Rama Kavacha. So different types of Ramayana are there. Then these are all in Sanskrit language, mind you. So Ramayana is in Sanskrit, Mahabharata is in Sanskrit. Then the 6 systems of philosophy. We'll talk about philosophy later in some time in the class. So all these philosophers wrote their philosophies in Sanskrit language. So Nyaya, oh my God, this is a mistake made And who has made this mistake? Nyaya. Okay, Sankhya Kapila, Nyaya Gautama, correct. Vaisheshika Kannada, Yoga Patanjali, Purva Jain. Okay, correct. Sorry for that. So everything is correct. So these are all in Sanskrit language. 6 the various philosophies. Then Shastras, Dharma Shastras, or the law books of India. So law books are called Dharma Shastras. They're also called Smritis. Another word for Dharma Shastra or law books are Smritis. Smritis. So Smriti means law book. Same as Dharma Shastra. Like Manava Dharma Shastra, Yagnavalka Smriti, Narada Smriti, Brihaspati Smriti, etc. They're all law books. So I have put that in order. Manava Dharma Shastra, oldest of the law books composed by Manu. So they throw light on the social and political life of the age, caste system, ashramas, etc. So in a sequential order, I have arranged the Dharma Shastras. First comes Manava Dharma Shastra, followed by Vishnu Dharma Shastra, Yagnavalka Smriti, Narada Smriti. So that is the sequential order of these Dharma Shastras. Then grammar books. Again in Sanskrit language, a number of books were written on grammar or Vyakarana, as it is called, Vyakarana. Vyakarana is grammar. So for example, we have Nirukta by Yaska, written by Yaska, Ashtadhyayi. So make a sandhi, divide the words into 2 or 3 parts. That way you'll remember better, easily also. Ashtadhyayi. Maheshwara Sutrani, written by Panini. Mahabhashya, Patanjali. Okay, so these are all the grammar books. Then Puranas. So Puranas, there are totally 18 Puranas. They are divided into 5 parts. They deal with creation, primary creation, secondary creation, nature of God, etc. So primary creation, secondary creation, genealogy of gods, history of dynasties of kings, etc. Puranas, 18 Puranas are there. Again, they are in Sanskrit language. Oldest Purana is the Vayu Purana. Bhagavata Purana deals with Vishnu, Shiva Purana deals with Shiva. Then we have poems or kavyas, again written in Sanskrit language. So remember the author book like that. So for example, we have Ashwagosha, who wrote Buddha Charita, Saundarananda. So Ashwagosha was the vice chairman of the 4th Buddhist Council, isn't it? Vasumitra was the chairman, Ashwagosha was the vice chairman. So he wrote Buddha Charita, Saundaranandana, Shariputra Prakarana. Saundara Nanda and Shariputra Prakarana, Ashwagosha. Raghuvamsha, Rituma Samhara, Meghaduta, Kumara Sambhava, written by Kalidasa. Kirata Arjuna, written by Bharavi. Bhattikavya by Bhatti. Sisulapala Vada by Magha. Rajataragani, Kalhana, like that. So go through it. Poems. So Vikramanka Devacharita, Chaura Panchashika, written by Bilhana. Vikramanka Devacharita. Chaura Panchashika. Did you understand how factual this topic is? Students, do you understand? So here, nothing much to explain. I have given you an overview, and then you have book, author, like that. That's how it is. So don't blame me. If it is boring, I can't help it. That's how the topic is. Literature topic. Gita Govinda, written by Jayadeva. Then we have Shatakas. What are Shatakas? Single miniature stanzas. Shatakas. Shatakas are single miniature stanzas. Example, Bhartrihari Shataka, Amaru Shataka. Prose romances. Dandin, Dashakumara Charita, Kavya Darsha, Shrudakas, Mrichakatika, written in the Gupta period, Subandhu, Vasavadatta, Bana, Harsha Charita, the biography of Harshavardhana, Bana, the court poet of Harsha, and Kadambari, Ananda, like that, Dhanapala, Tiraka Manjari. These are prose romances. Champus, what are champus? Verse interspersed with prose. Verses interspersed with prose. That is poems and poems interspersed with prose. It's called champus. Examples: Nala Champu, Madalasa Champu by Trivikrama, Yasatilaka Champu by Somadeva. Then dramas, Nataka. Ashwagosha wrote Sariputra Prakarana, Bhasa, Swapna Vasavadatta, Sariputra Prakarana. Are you getting the spelling here? No, the way I'm pronouncing it. Are you getting it? You can divide the words into 2 or 3 parts, then you'll be able to get it. Clear? Yeah. Swapna Vasavadatta. Vasavadatta. Pratignya, look here. Pratignyaya Augandarayana. Pratignaya. Pratigna. Nyaya Augandarayana. Gandarayana. Pratignaya Augandarayana by Basa. Mrichakatika by Shudraka. Shakuntala, Vikramorvashi, Maladika Agnimitra, written by Kalidasa. These are all important dramas written by Kalidasa. Ratnavadi Nagananda by Harshavardhana. Parvati Parinaya by Bhana. Malati Madhava, Mahavira Charita. Uttara Rama Charita by Bhavabhuti. Mudra Rakshasa, Devi Chandraguptani, Abhisarika Vanchitaka by Vishakadatta. Veni Samhara by Bhatta Narayana. So these are all important dramas. Then Anargha Raghava by Murari. Karpura Manjari, Bala Bharata, and Bala Ramayana. Bala Ramayana, I believe, is the longest Indian drama written by Rajashekara. Longest Indian drama is Bala Ramayana, written by Rajashekara. Now, if I can ask you a question, which is the longest epic in English language? Longest epic in English. It is written by an Indian. It is written by an Indian. Okay, I'll give you a hint. He was one of the revolutionary leaders. He was one of the revolutionaries who later took shelter in Pondicherry. Now you got the answer, I think. Who later took shelter in Pondicherry. One of the revolutionaries. Hello? Yeah, Nikhil. Aurobindo. Answer is right. Nikhil is right. He hits the bullseye. Aurobindo Ghosh. And what is the name of the epic? Savitri. Aurobindo Ghosh's Savitri is the longest epic in English language. Longest epic in English language is that. Aurobindo Ghosh's Savitri. Okay. Then Chanda Kaushika, Kshemishwara, etc. Then we have didactic literature. What is didactic literature? Didactic means the author tries to influence the reasoning, thinking, and conduct of the reader. The author tries to influence the reasoning, thinking, and conduct of the reader. That's called didactic literature. Examples: Panchatantra, written by Vishnu Sharma. Panchatantra. Hitopadesha by Narayana. Brihat Katha by Gunadhya. Brihat Katha Manjari by Kshemendra. Katha Sarita Sagara by Somadeva. Then lexicography. What is lexicography? Collection of dictionaries. Collection of dictionaries. That is called lexicography. Amara Kosha by Amara Simha. Anakarta Samuchaya by Saswata. Abhidhana Ratnamala Halayuda. Abhidhana Chintamani by Hemachandra. Then scientific literature, again in Sanskrit language. For example, Arya Bhatta wrote Arya Bhatya and Surya Siddhanta. Varaha Mahira Pancha Siddhantika Briyat Samhita. Brahmagupta wrote Brahma Sphutika Siddhanta. Then Bhaskaracharya Siddhanta Shiromani. Charaka wrote Charaka Samhita. Shushruta wrote Sushruta Samhita. Ashtanga Hridaya by Vagbhata. So this is your Sanskrit literature. Did you get me? So what I would suggest is you make a 250 word answer and keep it. Make a 250 word answer from the mains point of view. For example, Highlight the development of Sanskrit literature in ancient India. If that is the question, highlight the development of Sanskrit literature in ancient India. So you give an introduction, a general introduction, and then you give the important books on various subjects. One or two examples you give. A huge corpus of literature was composed or written in Sanskrit language in ancient India. Sanskrit was the language of the Shishtas or the elite sections, whereas Prakrit was the Desha Bhasha. Apart from Sanskrit and Prakrit, uh, a number of books were also written in the Dravidian languages, namely, that is enough. You don't need to elaborate Dravidian languages. Then you start off in the second paragraph. You mention Vedic literature, and then Shruti, Smriti. Give one or two examples. Similarly, grammar books, one or two examples. Then poems, one or two examples. Didactic literature, one or two examples. Shatakas, Shampus, scientific literature. So 250 words, and then you conclude. Did you understand? So you already keep it ready and keep revising a few times. You can save a lot of time if you anticipate questions and make ready-made answers and keep it. Hello, can you raise your hands? Are you able to hear me? Post lunch period is generally dull. Generally dull. I know that, but I'm also helpless. Clear. So this is about ancient Indian literature. Sanskrit literature. Now let us come to Pali literature. So with the coming of Buddhism, we have Buddhist writing in both Pali and later in Sanskrit. So entire Buddhist literature is in two languages. It is in Pali and in Sanskrit. So the entire Hinayana literature is in Pali language. Pali. So Pali, Hinayana is in Pali, whereas Mahayana is in Sanskrit language. So when it comes to Pali, we have canonical and non-canonical. Canonical means most sacred, and non-canonical is not so sacred. So entire canonical literature consists of the three Pitakas. The three Pitakas, Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka. These are the three Pitakas. So what does it contain? Sutta Pitaka. Sutta Pitaka means contains suttas, discourses of the Buddha, divided into 5 parts, 5 Nikayas. Digha Nikaya. So Digha Nikaya means long speeches of the Buddha. It contains the Chatvari Arya Satyani, that is the 4 noble truths. 4 noble truths. Ashtanga Marga Sutta, the 8-fold path. So long discourses of the Buddha, long Digha Nikaya, 8-fold path, 4 noble truths. Mahaparinirvana Sutta, the last sermon of the Buddha. You remember the last teaching Buddha gave to Ananda and a wandering ascetic called Subhadra. Subject to decay are all component things. Strive earnestly for your salvation. Do you remember Mahaparinirvana Sutta, the last teaching given by the Buddha? Clear? This is Digha Nikaya. Like that you go on explaining. Okay, then we have Majjhima Nikaya, medium length sermons. Deals with Buddha's relations with other sects like Jainism and Ajivikas. Anguttara Nikaya, graduated sermons that are arranged in the order of priority. Graduated means they are arranged in the order of priority. Anguttara Nikaya. Then Samyukta Nikaya, connected sermons. Contains Dharmachakra Pravartana Sutta, that is how the wheel of Dharma moves. First discourse of the Buddha, given to 6 people, the 5 former accomplices and Yashas, the first discourse of Buddha. Then Khuddha Nikaya, short lectures of Buddha. And among the 5 Nikayas, the most important is the Khuddha Nikaya. Why is it important? Because it contains Jatakas. What are Jatakas? 550 previous lives of the Buddha. 550 previous lives of the Buddha. Theragata, compiled by bhikshus, male elders. Therigata, compiled by bhikshunis, female monks. The Suttani Pata, Buddha Vamsha, Dhammapada. These are all part of the Khuddha Nikaya. Then Vinaya Pitaka. So this is Sutta Pitaka, then Vinaya Pitaka. That is how the Sangha has to be managed and conduct our daily life of monks and nuns. How monks and nuns were supposed to conduct themselves. And managing the Sangha. Divided into 3 parts, Patimokha, Sutta Vibhanga, and Khandaka. Then Abhidhamma Pitaka, the third Pitaka, which was written during the third council. You remember, during the period of Ashoka, we have the third council which took place at Patliputra. And Abhidhamma Pitaka was written by Moggaliputta Tissa. right? So this is about Pitakas. Then we come to non-canonical literature that is not so sacred. What are the examples? Milinda Panha, the dialogue between King Milinda and Nagasena, Buddhist monk Nagasena, Divyavadana and Mahavastu. Then Sri Lankan non-canonical Pali books, the Ceylonese Chronicles, Dvipavamsha, Island Chronicle, Mahavamsha, Kulavamsha, Vamsatapakasini, right? Then Sanskrit Mahayana literature, important books written in Sanskrit language. Sadharma Pundarika, Lalita Vistara, the biography of the Buddha, Karanda Vyuha, Sukhavati Vyuha, Suranganam, a dialogue between Buddha and Ananda. Then other books, Asanga wrote Sutra Lankara, Vasubandhu wrote Abhidharma Kosha, Acharya Nagarjuna wrote Madhyamika Karika, Pragna Paramita, Sruhul Lekha. So this is your Pali literature. Did you understand? This is your Buddhist literature, which is found in both Pali and Sanskrit. Again, they might ask you, write a short note about the development of Buddhist literature in ancient India. Development of Buddhist literature in ancient India. So you mentioned this. You already make a 250 word answer and keep it. Hello, are you there with me? Development of Buddhist literature in ancient India. They can ask a question like that. So you save a lot of, see, if you've studied and you've mugged it up, then you can just download everything and you can save a lot of time. You'll have time for other answers in the examination. So anticipate questions. It can be asked like this. Then we come to Prakrit literature. So here we have Vardhamana Mahavir speaking the Ardhamagadi dialect of Prakrit. So he spoke in the Ardhamagadi dialect of Prakrit. Most of the Jain literature is in Prakrit language. For example, one of the important books in Prakrit, Setu Bandha, written by Pravara Sena, Gaudavaho by Vakpati Raja, Gata Shaptasati, or Satyasai by Hala, the Shatavahana king, 17th king of the Shatavahanas, Hala, wrote Gata Shaptasati, Karpura Manjari by Rajashekara, Prakrita Prakasha, oldest surviving Prakrit grammar by Vararuchi. This is about Prakrit literature. Then we come to Dravidian literature. Dravidian literature, among Dravidian literature, the oldest language is Tamil, earliest Tamil literature. Oldest language is Tamil. Oldest Dravidian language, rather. Oldest Dravidian language. So, earliest Tamil literature is called Sangam literature. So, I think I have explained this to you. People, have you attended ancient India? Remember what is Sangam literature? I told you an academy or a parliament met at Madurai, the capital of the Pandyas. It was hosted by the Pandyan king, and 3 academies or Sangams are supposed to have taken place. So you have a large number of scholars, poets, literateurs, uh, uh, epic writers, different scholars who congregated at Madurai, the capital of the Pandyas, and the huge body of literature which was culled out there, which was um, organized, collected, collated there, is called Sangam literature. Do you remember that? Hello. So it was standardized by an academy of scholars and poets maintained by the Pandya rulers of Madurai. Yeah. So Sangam epoch lasted for about 1000 years, roughly from 500 BC to 500 AD. So Sangam literature. So 3 Sangams are supposed to have taken place. None of the works of the first Sangam are available. Gods and legendary sages are supposed to have attended the first Sangam. So none of the works have come down to us from the first Sangam. From the second Sangam, second academy, we have only one book which has which has come down to us. That is the Tolkappiyam. Talks about grammar. Tolkappiyam is the earliest book on Tamil grammar. So most of the literature which has come down to us is from the third Sangam. So, right, most of them is from the third Sangam. Main theme is war between the 3 dynasties, Cholas, Cheras, Pandyas. Sangam literature is divided into 5 sections. Early books, early works, 8 anthologies. Anthology means what? Anthology is a collection of poems. Anthology is a collection of poems. Collection of poems is called anthology. So 8 anthologies, Ettuttogai, 10 short poems. In English, short poems are called idylls. It's not idli, it's idylls, short poems or pattapat, 18 minor works, Padinan Kilkanakku, and 5 epics. This is your Sangam literature. So for our convenience, I've made a chart for you. Same chart, whatever I've used in the ancient India, I've used it here also. So chart, so Tolkappiyam, written by Tolkappiyar, earliest text deals with grammar. Then Madurai Kanji, written by Mangudi Marudan, talks about Kaveri Pattanam and is a main source on trade and commerce in the deep south. Then Murugar Ruppadai by Nakkirar, a song in praise of Muruga, most important god of the deep south. Pallamoli by Mundurai Arayar, deals with the day-to-day rituals of Brahmins. So these words may be very difficult for somebody from the northern part of India. Hindi-speaking crowd students might find it difficult. तो आप क्या कीजिए, संधि बना दीजिए, divide the words. Tolkappiyam. Tolkappiyam. Did you understand? Hello. People who are having problems, these southern words. So divide the words into 2 or 3 parts, and then you try to memorize them. Okay, that's how you do it. Then Tirukkural by Tiruvalluvar. Tirukkural by Tiruvalluvar. So this is called the Bible of Sangam literature, most important work of the period, Tirukkural. Then we have the 5 epics. I think I've told you the story. Remember, Chilappatikaram, the Chilappatikaram, written by Illango Vadigal. That is the story of Kovalan Kannagi. Remember, husband and wife, Kovalan Kannagi, and this fellow falls in love with a dancer called Madhavi, puts all his money on her and loses everything. So you remember that, right? So he was this Illango Vadigal was the grandson of Karikala Chola. Illango Vadigal. So hero of this epic is Kovalan, as you know. So hero is Kovalan, heroine is Kannagi, and the worship of Kannagi is called Pattini cult. Worship of Kannagi has the ideal wife is called Pattini cult. Then Mani Megalai, written by Sattalai Sattanar. So this is the daughter born to Kovalan and Madhavi, Mani Megalai. So the villain was Prince Udaya Kumaran, who wants to marry Mani Megalai. Talks about development of fine arts and Buddhism in the deep south. Then Shivaga Sindhamani, story of Shivaga or Jivaga, written by Tirutakkadevar. Then Kuntala Kechi by Natakutanar. And of course Valayapati. So these are the important epics. Go through it. Then Shilapadigaram and Manimegalai are called the Iliad and Odyssey of Tamil literature. So Iliad and Odyssey were written by Homer. Homer was an ancient Greek writer, Homer. So he is supposed to have written Iliad and Odyssey. So Shilapadigaram and Manimegalai are called the Iliad and Odyssey of Tamil literature. Then apart from Sangam literature, we have the Nayanars, the 63 Shaiva saints, and Vaishnava Alvars, 12 saints, Vaishnava Alvars, 12 Vaishnava saints. They also composed devotional literature in praise of Shiva and Vishnu respectively. So we have the Tirumular. Tirumular wrote 10 Tirumurais on Shiva. Then Alvars composed Nalayara Divya Prabandham. So these are all part of Tamil literature. And Kamban, Ottakuttan, Pugalendi. These are the 3 Tamil gems of this period. Right? So you also, so please refer to your Chola period, refer to Chola chapter. Hello, all of you students, refer to Chola chapter of medieval India. I've given you a chart, Golden Age of Tamil literature. Chola period is called Golden Age of Tamil literature. And also Sanskrit literature. Many books were written also in Sanskrit, but it's considered to be Golden Age of Tamil literature. So you'll get some more books there. You add it here. Did you understand? Hello. You add those books here under the heading. Then you refer to Nitin Singhania's book. You will get definitely more information. Then we come to Kannada literature. So again, I'll repeat Kannada literature. You have a number of books written during the Rashtrakuta period. So refer to my chapter on Rashtrakutas. I've given you a chart. I've given you important authors and patronized by various kings. So Rashtrakutas, then Kalyana Chalukyas. Refer to the chapter on Kalyana Chalukyas. Again, number of books written in Kannada language. Rashtrakutas, Kalyana Chalukyas. Then, of course, we have the Vijayanagar period, Vijayanagara times. Again, refer to the chapter. Again, you get a lot of books written in Kannada language. Apart from Telugu, a number of books written in Kannada language during the Vijayanagar period. So you get all these things. You add that under Kannada literature and refer to Nitin Singhania. Did you get me? So here, Kannada literature, we have Vadda Aradhana written by Shiva Kotyacharya. Kaviraja Marga, supposedly written by Sri Vijaya now. Earlier it was thought Amoga Varsha wrote it. Amoga Varsha was a Rashtrakuta king who cut away his thumb, isn't it? The thumb of his left hand. There was a problem. I told you the story also to appease Mahalakshmi of Kolhapur, the goddess Mahalakshmi. So he was supposed to be the author of Kaviraja Marga, but now Sri Vijaya, his court poet, is considered to be the author of Kaviraja Marga. Then Pampa, Ponna, Ranna are the triumvirates of Kannada literature. Pampa, Ponna were in the Rashtrakuta court. They were in the Rashtrakuta court. And Ranna was in the Kalyana Chalukya court. Kalyana Chalukyas. Then of course, we have Lingayat or Veerashaiva movement, which also enriched Kannada literature. This is your ancient Indian literature. Hello? Literature of ancient India. Sanskrit, then Pali and Ardhamagadi, that is Prakrit, then Dravidian languages. Then we come to, of course, Telugu literature is there. Telugu literature, Nanaya or Nannappa, Tikkanna, Errapragada or Iranna. These are the Kavitraya of Telugu literature. So refer to Vijayanagara chapter you refer. We have the Ashtadiggajas who were in the court of Krishnadevaraya. So they wrote a lot of books on Telugu language and literature. So refer to the Vijayanagara chapter. Even during the period of Salava Narasimha, he patronized Talapaka Timmakka, Talapaka Annamacharya, Molla. These are all scholars patronized by Salava Narasimha of the Salava dynasty. Similarly, Tuluva dynasty king Krishnadevaraya patronized Ashtadigajas. He himself was a scholar in Telugu and Sanskrit. So you add all those things under Telugu literature, right? Then we come to Malayalam. Not much information about Malayalam. Please refer to um, Nitin Singhania's book, Malayalam. Then we come to Persian language and literature, medieval India, Persian language and literature. Just take a 5 minutes break. I'll come back. Just take a 5 minutes break. Can we continue? Can we continue? Hello? Okay, now look here. In the medieval times, now in medieval times, we have Persian language and literature making huge progress in India, both under the Delhi Sultans as well as under the Mughals. And not to forget the Bahmani states. So it was Persian language and literature which flourished, and not Arabic. Very few books were written on in Arabic language. So what is the main reason as to why Persian language and literature flourished and not Arabic? You see, Arab conquest of Sindh, 712 AD, Arabs came and conquered Sindh, and then Arabs went back. But then, though the Holy Quran is written in Arabic language, why did not Arabic flourish in India? Why only Persian? That is the answer. That is the question. On your screen, you can see we have a number of scholars coming away from Central Asia to India and they came along with books and they set up libraries here. What is the reason why they came away from Central Asia, Khorasan, Transoxiana, Bukhara, Samarkand, etc.? Why did they come? Because of the volatile political conditions during those times. So here we have the Mongol attacks, intertribal warfare, Mongol attacks taking place in Central Asia. It was not conducive. The political atmosphere was not conducive to engage in intellectual pursuits. And that is the reason why all the scholars from these areas, Transoxiana, Bukhara, Khorasan, came away to India. They came along with books. They set up libraries in this particular country. So that led to the development of Persian language and literature. Second reason is the comparative stability of the empire. That is the Delhi Sultanate. The Delhi Sultanate was comparatively stable and peaceful compared to the kingdoms of West Asia. And lastly, we have the patronage given by scholars like Qutbuddin Aibak. I told you, remember Qutbuddin Aibak is also called Akshar Baksh. Apart from knowing given the title of Lak Baksh, he was known for his generosity, Qutbuddin Aibak, but he's also called Akshar Baksh. Akshar Baksh because he gave patronage to scholars and men of letters. Therefore called Akshar Baksh. So Qutbuddin Aibak, Iltutmish, Ruknuddin Firoz, they all patronized these scholars, right? And that is the reason why Persian was very popular in India. Even during the Mughal period, we have Abul Fazl. Abul Fazl, who was one of the ministers of Akbar, gives us a list of 75 scholars who came to the Mughal court and sought employment under Akbar. And this influx of scholars from Central Asia, West Asia continued even during the time of Jahangir and Shah Jahan. And a huge body of literature was written in Persian language in medieval times, of histories, official histories, unofficial histories, biographies, autobiographies, translations, encyclopedias, grammar books. So huge body of literature was composed in Persian language. So, and of course, the greatest of the scholars during the Delhi Sultanate was Amir Khusro. Amir Khusro was the greatest Persian scholar during the period of the Delhi Sultanate. So during Mughal period, we have official histories, unofficial histories. What is official history? Anybody? What is official history? The government is the one which is authorizing the writing of history. That's called official history. If you remember, we have done medieval, we have done Delhi Sultanate. We have this book called, during the time of Qutbuddin Aibak, he encouraged Hassan Nizami to write the first official history of the Delhi Sultanate, Tajul Masir. Tajul Masir, written by Hassan Nizami. Tajul Masir, written by Hassan Nizami, is the first official history of the Delhi Sultanate. So official history means the government is authorizing the writing of history. The government is authorizing the writing of history. Then biographies, collection of biographies, autobiographies, grammar books, encyclopedias, dictionaries, translations. And the Deccan also produced books in Persian language. Yeah, King sponsors it. You're very right, Kichia. King sponsors it, government sponsors it. That is called official history. Very good. So, and I've given you book, examples here. Now, look here. When you're reading your textbook, understand this. It could be Satish Chandra, it could be some other book you're reading. So, in the context, understand this. In the context, when you're reading, there's a reference to some scholar and the books he wrote. For example, if you read the story of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, when we study about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, we come across two books, two sources for the study of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. One is Tariq-i Firuz Shahi, written by Ziauddin Barani, right? And of course, Kitab ul Rahla, written by um, Ibn Battuta. Now, in this context, you remember these authors and the books they wrote. Now, when I have given you the list here, you might find it difficult to remember, and it's not necessary to remember everything. Again, I'll tell you that. But when you're reading the textbook, you'll get some, the name of some author and then the book he wrote, what information that book gives, etc. Similarly, when we do Firuz Shah Tughlaq, wrote his autobiography, Futuhati Firuz Shahi, so that becomes relevant. Similarly, we have two authors who also served under Firuz Shah Tughlaq, and they gave information about Firuz Shah Tughlaq. For example, again, Ziauddin Barani is one person who wrote Tariq-i-Firuz Shahi and Fatwa-i Jahandari. He also wrote Fatwa-i Jahandari. And Shamshi Shiraj Afif, who wrote Tariq-i-Firuz Shahi. So two separate people writing two separate books with the same title. And Shamshi Shiraj Afif was the official historian of Firuz Shah Tughlaq. So such things you remember. Did you understand what I'm saying? Hello. Did you understand what I'm saying? So don't try to, just because I've given you a chart, don't try to mug up everything. It's not possible to remember anything. Revise a few times. And when you're reading a textbook, you may specifically remember those authors and books. Right? Okay, we'll come back here. So Tajul Masi, written by Hassan Nizami Nishapuri. Chachnama by Abu Bakr. You remember? A Chachnama gives the history of the Sindh, the administrative innovations introduced by the Arabs, by Abu Bakr Kufi, also called Ali. Chachnama. Then Tabaqat-i Nasiri by Minhajus Siraj. Tabaqat-i Nasiri by Minhajus Siraj. Such things you remember. Similarly, we have Amir Khusro. So I have given you a note on Amir Khusro. Given the title of Tut-e-Hind, Parrot of India. He was given the title of Parrot of India by Parrot of India. Who called him Parrot of India? Alauddin Khalji. Then he is supposed to have written 500,000 verses, 99 books. Then he wrote 5 Kamsas. These are the 5 Kamsas. Khazain al-Futu, that is Alauddin Khalji's campaigns, and Kavus campaign in South India. First Persian description of Jawhar is in this book, Khazain al-Futu. Nu Sifir, Deval Rani, Kizar Khani, love story of Devala Devi and Kizar Khan, etc. So these are the books written by Amir Khusro. Go through it. So again, Tuti-Nama by Zia Naqshbandi, Tariq-i-Firuz Shahi by Shamsuddin Siraj Afif. So Shamsuddin Siraj was the official historian of Firuz Tughlaq, of Firuz Shah Tughlaq, Firuz Tughlaq. Then Tariq-i-Mubarak Shahi, Yahya bin Ahmad Sarhindi. Then similarly, Sufi works, Dalail ul Arafin, collection and sayings of Khwaja Muin Chishti of Ajmer. So these are these sayings of Khwaja Muin Chishti of Ajmer, Dalail ul Arafin, written by Baba Farid. Fawaidus Salakin, sayings of Bakhtiyar Kaki by Baba Farid, etc. Sayings of Nizamuddin Auliya, Afzalus Shawahid by Amir Khusro, etc. Then Deccan contribution, important books written in the Deccan, like Futuh Salatin by Isami. You remember Isami? Isami was the one who accused Balban of murdering or poisoning his father-in-law to death. Sorry, yeah, he poisoned his son-in-law. Sorry, Balban poisoned his son-in-law, the Sultan Nasruddin Mahmud, to death. That information is given by Isami in his book Futuh Salatin. Similarly, Isami also accuses Muhammad bin Tughlaq of patricide. He killed his father, he says. Prince Jauna killed his father, he says. Remember? So these things you remember. Then Mughal contribution. What are the important books written during the Mughal period? Various types of books were written. Various scholars were patronized by the Mughals. Who was the court poet of Akbar, Jahangir? So all these details are here. Go through it. Abul Fazl enumerates 75 such scholars. They came from all these areas: Persia, Bukhara, Samarkand, Herat, Mashhad, etc. And you have emperors like Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan. They patronize these scholars. Even their nobles, rich nobles and zamindars also patronize them. So you have Mughal period is called Age of Ghazals, right? And so important scholars during the court of Akbar. You see, Akbar's poet laureate, court poet, chief court poet was Mullah Ghazali Mashadi. Similarly, Jahangir's court poet was Talib Amuli. I know these are difficult names to remember, but then you revise a few times, and then when you look at the question on the question paper, you'll remember the answers because the choice is given there. So somewhere it will strike your mind. So a number of different forms of poetry were written during the Mughal period. Ghazals, Kasidas, quatrains, that is 4-line words. Katas, fragments. So ghazals, Kasidas, Katas, these are different forms of poetry written during the Mughal period. So I have given you all this information. Go through it. Official histories. Look at the official histories. Abul Fazl wrote Akbar Nama, Aini Akbari, then Alamgir Nama by Muhammad Kazim, etc. So important unofficial histories. Tabakati Nasiri by Minajus Siraj, Isami's Futuh Salatin. Then you have Gulbadan Begum, Humayun Nama, the sister of Humayun, wrote Humayun Nama. Right? Then autobiographies, like for example, Babar wrote Tuzuki Baburi or Babar Nama, which was translated into Persian by Abdur Rahim Khani Khanan. Then Tuzuki Jahangiri is the autobiography of Jahangir. Right? Then we have biographies, collections of biographies, grammatical works, encyclopedias, dictionaries, translations. For example, the Tutinama, Book of the Parrot, was translated by Zia Naqshbandi. Then Hitopadesha got the new name Mufari ul Kulub, like that. Similarly, Mughal period translations. Mahabharata got the name Razam Nama. So Mahabharata was translated by Mullah Sheri, Naqib, Sultan Haji, and Badauni into Persian under the title Razam Nama. Similarly, Ramayana was translated into Persian by Makhan Lal, and it got a new name, Jahan-i Zafar. Such things you remember. Okay, Atharva Veda, etc. Then Arabic to Persian, Nala Damayanti. Nala Damayanti became Laila Majnu. Arabic to Persian. Panchatantra became Khalila Dimna, like that. You get it? So these are all the various books, translations, etc. Look at the question on your screen. With reference to Indian history, consider the following pairs. 2022. Historical person known as Arya Deva, Jain scholar, Dignaga, Buddhist scholar, Natamuni, Vaishnava scholar. How many pairs given above are correctly matched? This is a 2022 question. Arya Deva was a Buddhist scholar. So this is not correct. Arya Deva, along with Arya Deva and Asanga, they were Buddhist scholars. Dignaga, Buddhist scholar, is correct. Natamuni, Vaishnava scholar, is also correct. So Arya Deva, you see here on your screen, Arya Deva, I'll give the answer here. A disciple of Nagarjuna. So he was not a Jain scholar, he was a Buddhist scholar. Central figure in the development of Indian Madhyamika philosophy. Dignaga was a Buddhist logician and he wrote Pramana Samuchaya. And Nathamuni was a Vaishnava scholar. So therefore, that is correct. So two. So answer is only two pairs are correct. So they can give you like this. They can give you the author and the name of the book. They might already give you the match and ask you which is the right match or the wrong match, or they might ask you to match the author with the book, right? Like that. Then one current affairs question I asked: Nobel Prize for Literature 2023 has been awarded to Norwegian author von Olav Foss. So I believe for his innovative plays and prose which gave voice to the unsayable. So that's the answer. Explanation is given here. I've given the explanation here. So he writes in this uh, language called Norsk, Norwegian Norsk. Right. Then look at the questions here on your screen. Mains question from literature topic. Though not very useful from the point of view of a connected political history of South India, the Sangam literature portrays the social and economic conditions of its time with remarkable vividness. Comment. 2013 question. 200 words. So, from the Sangam literature, what information we get about the society and economic conditions of the time? So, what does the Sangam literature talk about the society and economy of the Deep South? They've asked this question. Then, second question: Krishnadevaraya, the king of Vijayanagar, was not only an accomplished scholar himself, but also a great patron of learning and literature. Discuss. 2016 question. 150 words, 10 marks. So they're not only asking about Krishnadevaraya himself as an accomplished scholar. So you have to give the achievements of Krishnadevaraya as a scholar, not about his wars and all that. And then at the same time, how did he patronize learning and literature? The various scholars who worked under his court. He carried Pedana in the Pelequin. Has the model answer been shared with you? I had asked the concerned people to share the model answers with you. Has it been shared with you, model answers? Hello? No? Oh my God. Okay, I'll tell them. Not yet. Okay, I'll reiterate today. I will again, call up the concerned person after class, and I'll tell them. So I would want you to go through the model answers. So it will give you a lot of idea, and you can also always improve upon it, or you might write a better answer than what I have given. Then Persian literary sources of medieval India reflect the spirit of the age. Comment. 2020 question. 250 words. So we'll discuss the answers later. We'll discuss the questions and the answers later in the next session. Okay. Hello, all of you. We'll discuss all the questions and the answers, model answers later. So this is about literature, Indian literature. And I want you to listen to me. Please refer for modern literature. For modern literature, please refer to Nitin Singhania. For modern literature, and when it comes to modern literature, give emphasis on Hindi literature. Hindi literature, development of Hindi literature, and Bengali literature. Refer to Nitin Singhania book. Am I there with you? Hello? So refer to Nitin Singhania's book. Hindi literature, Bengali literature. Okay? Right. We'll take a 5 minutes break. You take a 10 minutes break and come. Take a 10 minutes break and come back. Hello? We meet at 3:40. Okay, can we start? Hello, students. Am I audible and visible? Okay, thank you. Now let's start this topic, Indian philosophy. Now, what is this philosophy topic? What are the various subjects which Indian philosophers from ancient times dealt with? Okay, what are the various topics or subjects they dealt with? For example, they dealt with God, whether God exists or not, whether there is something called God, whether God exists or not, karma, whether there's something called karma, that is deeds in one's life, in this life, whether it affects the life in the next world. Then life after death, soul. So these are the various questions Indian philosophers spoke about, or rather thought about. So God, karma, life after death, soul, etc. Now, from ancient times, we have had a number of philosophers. So we'll be discussing these philosophers like Ajivika sect, the Charvaka sect, and then of course the Shad Darshanas, the six philosophical schools. Shad means six, and Darshana means philosophies. So we'll start with Ajivika sect, then Charvaka sect, then the six philosophers and their schools. So first of all, let us talk about Ajivika sect. Now, you remember this Ajivika sect? I have spoken about Ajivika sect when I dealt with Vardhaman Mahavir. We have also spoken about Ajivika sect when I did Ashoka and his grandson Dasharatha. Now, Vardhaman Mahavir. So, who are these Ajivikas? Understand this? Ajivika sect. So, Vardhamana Mahavira renounced the world at the age of 30 years. That is, he took sannyas. He took up sannyas at the age of 30 years, and for the next 12 years, he was wandering. That is till the age of 42 years. Till the age of 42, he was wandering. Out of these 12 years, the first 6 years of his wandering was with a person called Makkali Goshala. Makkali Goshala, also known as Goshala Maskari Putra, also called Goshala Maskari Putra. In fact, Makkali Goshala was the former disciple. He was a disciple of Vardhaman, and he accompanied Vardhaman in his wandering. You remember? Hello, all of you. Can you raise your hands? Do you remember this man? Makkali Goshala or Goshala Maskari Putra. Good, Satyarana. Thank you. Jia also remembers. Almost all of you remember, I'm sure. Now, later, these two people, that is Vardhaman and Makkali Goshala, had differences over two issues. One is regarding the rejuvenation of the soul. Rejuvenation of soul. And number two, regarding whether to wear clothes or not. Regarding nudism. Vardhaman was for nudism, that is not to wear clothes, and Makkali Goshala was against nudism. So they had differences and they split their ways. Later, Makkali Goshala became the founder of a sect called the Ajivika sect. He became the founder of a sect called Ajivika sect. And Makkali Goshala is called the earliest teacher of Niyati. What is Niyati? Predeterminism. He is called the earliest teacher of predeterminism. That is, already things have been decided for you. You cannot change your destiny. So therefore, do whatever you want. Already at the time of your birth, things have been decided for you. Even before you're born, things have been decided for you. Your destiny already has been decided for you. You cannot therefore change destiny by doing whatever you want. You cannot change destiny. Therefore, do whatever you want. That is the teaching of Makkali Goshala. And again, this was an atheistic sect. He did not believe in the existence of God. Makkali Goshala. And later, the Ajivikas merged with the Vaishnava sect. Later, the Ajivika sect merged with the Vaishnava sect. In fact, we hear of this sect till the Mauryas. Till the Mauryan period, it was pretty popular. But after Mauryas, it received a decline. But we hear of this sect even in the 6th century AD. Varahamira, one of the scholars during the Gupta period, Varahamira, he makes a mention of this sect. Then we have the Tamil epic Shilapadigaram. The Shilapadigaram also makes a mention of this sect, and as late as and even Bana, the court poet of Harsha, in his Harshatarita makes a mention of the Ajivikas. And as late as the 14th century AD, we have a mention of the Ajivika sect. Ultimately, they merged with the Vaishnava sect. They have merged with the Vaishnava sect. They are called Ekadandins. Ekadandins. That is, they should carry a single staff, a stick with them, a single staff with them. That's called Ekadandin. Danda is a stick. Eka is one. And they generally were solitary people. The Ajivika monks were solitary. They were known to be very honest people, and they had peculiar practices. They used to beg in the second, every third, or every fourth, or even fifth, sixth, and seventh house. So they'll not go to every house, every second house, or every third house they'll beg, or fourth, or every fifth, or every sixth, or every seventh. Many of them would meditate in pots, huge pots. They would sit inside those pots and meditate. Many of them also did not follow certain decencies, maybe even um, you know um, not clear, not keeping themselves clean, etc. So these are the Ajivika sect. So they used to carry a bunch of peacock feathers. They used to consider the Ashoka tree as sacred. So this is about Ajivika sect. Um, Makkali Goshala was supposed to be the third pontiff. He was preceded by two other pontiffs, Nandavacha and Kisasom Kicha. So we'll come back here. Ajivika sect on your screen. Founder was Makkali Goshala or Goshala Maskari Putra, third pontiff. Predecessors of Goshala were Nandavacha and Kisasom Kicha, I believe. So they were basically Shudra sannyasis. Goshala was a pupil of Mahavira, student, and I told you they had differences over two issues. One is nudity, the other is the rejuvenation of the soul. Later, they drifted apart. So Goshala called himself as Jina and resided at Shravasti. So Shravasti became the center of Ajivika activities. And he is supposed to have died 16 years before Mahavira. Goshala died 16 years before Mahavira, so he was a senior contemporary of the Buddha. Goshala Maskari Putra. Now, what is the Ajivika philosophy about? They reject God outright. So it is an atheistic sect. They don't believe in the existence of God. So it is atheistic in nature. Right? Denying the concept of karma. Then it says man is subject to the laws of nature. It denied the concept of karma. Man is subject to the laws of nature. And action cannot lead a man out of the inevitable. So whatever has to happen will happen. Okay? तो होने को कोई नहीं टाल सकता. Nobody can stop the inevitable. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. Right? That's the meaning of that. Then it believed in niyati, predeterminism. So he's considered to be the earliest teacher of predeterminism. They worshipped the Ashoka tree, and they had a religious obligation to carry a bunch of peacock feathers. So this philosophy declined after the Mauryan period. And I have given you extra information on this. On your screen, you can see this is the extra information. Generally, I give a yellow background, but the concerned person who is supposed to format it, that yellow background is missing. Doesn't matter. You please go through this. This comes in a yellow background. Whenever there's a yellow background, this is meant for extra information for the students, for the sake of clarity. Did you get me that? Hello, can you please raise your hands? This is the Ajivika sect. So I have given you everything about Ajivika sect here in this page. Go through it. Okay, they used to believe in two gods, Punnabhadra. You see here, Purnabhadra and Manibhadra. And ultimately it merged with the Vaishnavism. Ultimately. They are also called Ekadandits. Yeah, quite strange for an atheistic sect to merge with Vaishnavism. Yeah, over a period of time. Nikhil, good observation. But over a period of time, they did that. Then we come to Charvaka sect, Charvaka, Lokayata or Uchchedavada sect. Founder was Ajita Kesha Kambalin. Founder was Ajita Kesha Kambalin. And the followers of this sect are called Kesha Kambalins. The followers of this sect are called Kesha Kambalins. Now, this is again an atheistic sect. Now, what did it believe in? Charvaka sect or Lokayata or Uchchedavada. It believed that real things are those which can be felt by man's five senses. What cannot be felt by man's five senses does not exist in this universe. So simple. Okay, so what you cannot feel with your five senses, it doesn't exist. Then human body is made up of panchabhutas, five elements: fire, water, earth, akasha, air. Kennedy, is this part in Nitin Singhania? It should be there. Philosophy topic is an important topic. Philosophy topic it should be there. So human body is made up of five elements: fire, water, earth, akasha, air. Rejects the concept of soul, karma, punarjanma. Rejects the concept of soul, karma, and punarjanma. Okay, this is about Charvaka philosophy. So the followers of Ajita Kesha Kambalin are called Kesha Kambalins. Then we come to Shad Darshanas. Shad means what? Six. Darshana means philosophy. Shad means six. Darshana means philosophy. So six darshanas or philosophies: Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purva Mimamsa, Uttara Mimamsa. Are you there? Are you there with me, all of you? So let me start this Shad Darshanas. Let me explain to you. Yeah. So you go back and read at your convenience. But then when I'm explaining, just listen up. Don't try to read or learn line by line. You might not be able to understand. I'll tell you the gist of each of these philosophies. You try to remember that way. Go back and read. We'll come back here. Sankhya philosophy. Sankhya philosophy was given by Kapila, a saint called Kapila. So he was the one who gave this philosophy called Sankhya philosophy. What does Kapila say in his Sankhya philosophy? He says that there are two ultimate realities in this universe. Understand this? There are two ultimate realities in this universe: Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is the transcendental self. Purusha is the transcendental self, the self-conscious, the Atma, the soul. So Purusha is the transcendental self. It doesn't change. Okay? It does not change. And Prakriti consists of three elements, three gunas: Sattva, Tamas, Rajas. So Purusha is there are two ultimate realities in this universe: Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is the transcendental self that does not change. It is the soul, the Atma. And Prakriti has three gunas or three elements: Sattva, Tamas, and Rajas. Now, these three gunas are working beautifully. Understand this? These three gunas, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, are working beautifully. No? Very smoothly they are working. But then sometimes what happens, what Kapila says is, sometimes two join together and try to overpower the third one. For example, Sattva and Rajas join together, or Sattva and Tamas join together and try to overthrow Rajas, or Sattva and Rajas join together and try to overthrow Tamas. So when two out of the three join together and try to sideline or overthrow the other, that is when this equilibrium happens in this universe, and that's when the evolution happens. So everything is going smoothly when these three gunas are working in tandem: Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. But sometimes out of the three, two join together and try to oust or put down the third guna, and that's when this equilibrium happens, and that leads to the evolution of the universe. Now, he says that Purusha is the efficient cause and Prakriti is the material cause. That is, Purusha influences the Prakriti. Understand this? Purusha doesn't come in contact with Prakriti. Purusha influences the Prakriti, and Prakriti is the one which brings about change. Purusha is like, imagine this. Purusha is like a magnet, and Prakriti is like iron powder, iron filings. Now, when you bring a magnet close to iron pieces, what will happen? Even before it touches, even before you actually make physical contact, already the iron filings have flown and they have got attached to the magnet. So what he's saying is, Purusha doesn't come in touch with Prakriti, but it influences the Prakriti. Did you understand? So Purusha is like a magnet, and Prakriti is like iron filings or iron powder. Purusha doesn't come in contact with Prakriti, but influences the Prakriti. And it is Prakriti which brings about changes in this universe. Now, Kapila also says that for every cause there has to be an effect, and for every effect there has to be a cause. So it talks about cause and effect theory. For every cause there's an effect, and for every effect there has to be a cause. This is the philosophy of Kapila. Sankhya philosophy. Did you understand? Hello, did you understand? I'll repeat again. I'll repeat again. Okay, but can you raise your hands? Now, see, this philosophy topic, it's not everybody's cup of tea. It might fly over in anybody's brains, but don't worry about it. Only one question asked in the prelim, so don't worry. So if it's too much for you, you leave that topic. Leave philosophy topic. Can't help it. You can focus on other topics, right? But then you try to understand whatever I'm trying to tell you. So don't break your head if you're not able to understand. So again, I repeat. Okay, Nikhil says terrorists have excess of tamas to overpower other two. Okay, fine. No, we'll come back here. No, don't get too so analytical, Nikhil. We'll come back here. You may be right. No, we'll come back here. I'll again repeat Sankhya philosophy. What does Sankhya philosophy tell? Sankhya philosophy was given by Kapila, number one. Number two, he says, ultimately there are two ultimate realities in the universe. There are two ultimate realities in the universe, Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is a transcendental self which does not change. It is like your Atma. And Prakriti consists of three gunas, three elements, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas are working in tandem. There is equilibrium. They are working beautifully. So everything is going smoothly in the universe. But sometimes what happens is two join together. Two of the three join together and overpower the third one. That is when this equilibrium happens, and that leads to evolution. That leads to evolution on this universe. Now, Purusha doesn't come in contact with Prakriti, but it influences the Prakriti. So he compares Purusha with magnet and Prakriti with iron filings. So Purusha influences the Prakriti, and it is Prakriti which brings about change in the universe. Then he talks about cause and effect theory. For every cause, there's an effect. For every effect, there is a cause. This is Sankhya philosophy. Clear? Then I go to next part. Next philosophy. Yoga. Yoga philosophy, he was given by Patanjali. Understand this. Yoga philosophy is given by Patanjali. So here Sankhya talks about attachment of Purusha with Prakriti. Understand this? Sankhya philosophy talks about attachment of Purusha with Prakriti. Yoga philosophy of Patanjali talks about detachment of Purusha from Prakriti. How to detach Purusha from Prakriti? By doing yoga. Okay, on your screen, you can see if you do yoga, you can detach Purusha from Prakriti. So on your screen, you can see I have given you some postures, yoga postures here, pictures here. So when you do yoga, you can detach Purusha from Prakriti. So what are the various rules for detachment? On your screen, Yama. Yama is self-control. Yama. So Yama is self-control. For example, a yoga master will tell you, don't eat non-veg, or eat it in moderation. Don't smoke, don't drink. That is self-control. So Yama. Then Niyama, there are certain rules to follow. Asana, fixed postures. You can see fixed postures. Padmasana, Shirshasana, etc. Pranayama, breath control. Controlling the breathing, focusing on the breathing. Then Pratyahara, choosing an object. So you choose an object in your mind. Fixing the mind on that object. Dharana. So you have a focus. You're thinking about something, an object, and then you focus your attention on that object. Dhyana, concentrating. Samadhi, complete samadhi. That is not dying here. Samadhi is not that complete, not dying here. It means totally you're so deep in meditation that you are almost in a different state of mind. That is called complete samadhi. Like for example, Swami Vivekananda, I believe, he used to go into nirvikalpa samadhi. So he used to tell his students that he is going to go into meditation, deep meditation, and he used to give them a keyword. Only in case of an emergency, the students have to utter that word, and then he'll come out of his nirvikalpa samadhi. So he would go into deep levels of meditation, 2-3 days 2-3 days continuously, day and night. He would meditate, and he would go deep into a super conscious level. That is called samadhi, complete samadhi. Did you understand? Samadhi here is not, dying here. So this is yoga. So Patanjali says if you do yoga, you can attain moksha. So please understand these Shaddarshanas or six philosophers, six philosophies who gave the six philosophers who gave these philosophies gave their own method of attaining moksha. So Sankhya was given by Kapila, yoga by Patanjali. Did you understand yoga philosophy here? Yoga talks about detachment of Purusha from Prakriti by doing yoga. Clear? Can you raise your hands? Okay. Then we come to the third philosophy. Understand this. Nyaya. Nyaya philosophy given by Akshapada Gautama. Akshapada Gautama gives his Nyaya philosophy. Understand this. What does Nyaya philosophy says? What does Nyaya philosophy tell? Nyaya philosophy tells that human beings suffer on this universe, on this earth, because of lack of right knowledge. Because of lack of right knowledge, human beings suffer on this earth. Once they get the right knowledge, they will stop suffering. Human beings suffer on this earth because of lack of right knowledge. Once they get the right knowledge, they will stop suffering. And Nyaya philosophy says there are four sources of valid knowledge. Understand this. Four sources of valid knowledge. There are four ways of getting knowledge. Look here on your screen. Pratyaksha, perception. What is pratyaksha? Perception. What knowledge you get from your five senses or otherwise. That is pratyaksha. Like for example, you are studying in your house, in your room, and your mother is cooking something very tasty, and the smell of that food drifts and comes to your room. So you get up excited and you run to the kitchen to find out what she is making, and you want to eat that. So that is one way of knowledge, isn't it? Pratyaksha, what knowledge you get from your five senses. Or otherwise, what do you mean by otherwise? Sixth sense. Sixth sense, or it could be a dream. For example, we have the great mathematician Srinivasa Ramanujam. Srinivasa Ramanujam from Tamil Nadu. He died at a very young age. He was a genius, as you know, mathematical genius. And he had a friend called Adam Hardy. Adam Hardy. So Adam Hardy tells us, this is what Ramanujam had told him, because many of the theorems, many of the formulas given by Ramanujam are even now unsolved, unresolved. Now, I believe every night Ramanujam used to sleep um, and with a paper and a pen next to his, mattress. So he used to always keep a paper and a pencil or a pen with him next to his bed. In the night, he used to get dreams. How frequently, God knows, whether it was daily or frequently. So frequently he used to get dreams, and in that dream, his village goddess used to come. Village goddess would appear in his dream, and she used to narrate formulas. And he would listen to those formulas, and then as soon as the dream got over, he will get up from his sleep. Once he realizes that he has got up from his dream, he will write down the formula on a piece of paper, and then he'll get back to sleep. Did you know? So this is sixth sense. So what knowledge you gain from your five senses or otherwise. Or it could be, let us take another story about the prophecy given by Nizamuddin Aulia, the saint from Delhi. Remember when I did the medieval India, I told you Ghiyazuddin Tughlaq was going on his Bengal campaign. There was a revolt in Bengal. He wanted to put down that revolt. So he took his army from Delhi, and as he was marching out of Delhi, Nizamuddin Aulia, the saint, gave a prophecy. He said, "The Sultan will not come back alive to Delhi." So how did the saint know? So obviously he was able to see the future. So that is example. So pratyaksha. Did you understand? So what knowledge you gain from your five senses or otherwise? Then anumana. Hello, are you there with me? Sat, what is pratyaksha? Okay. Then we have, thank you. Or it could be any of your sixth sense is telling you. You're going to meet a friend, you've not met that friend, or some relative is going to come, and suddenly you see next morning that relative has turned up. So somehow you had a premonition, sixth sense that somebody very close to you or whom you have been thinking about is going to come to your door. This is pratyaksha. Then anumana, inference. Anumana is what? Inference. For example, you're going in your car or motorcycle or scooter, and far away on a hill, you see some smoke. So what is the inference you draw? There is fire and therefore there is smoke. There is a fire there and therefore there is smoke. That is anumana, inference. That is another way of gaining knowledge. Third, upamana, comparison. Comparison. Upamana. For example, let's say you've not seen a wild ox. You've gone somewhere, you've gone to Africa, you see a wild ox. You've gone on a trip to Africa and you come back and tell your friends that as you were crossing the road, in a safari, wild dogs came and rammed into you. It dashed into you. So your friends are surprised. Wild dogs they have not seen in India, and then you tell them that it looks something like a cow. You tell them that it looks something like a cow, and when they really see a wild dogs, then they remember. Okay, it looks something like a cow. That is called upamana, comparison. Did you understand? Upamana, comparison. Then shabda. Now, when I'm asking you, did you understand? At least raise your hands and say yes or no, so that I can repeat. I know if you have not understood, I'll have to repeat. Otherwise, I can go forward. Okay, thank you. Then shabda. Shabda is what? Sound or testimony. So here there are two rules for this shabda. Knowledge gained through shabda. One is that statement should be very very clear, and secondly, that statement should have come from somebody very close to you. Apta. Apta means close. So two rules are there for Shabda knowledge. One is that statement should be very, very clear. Let's say there's a girl called A. Let's say there's a girl called A, and she's in love with a boy called B. And parents know about this relationship. They want to get married in 6 months. A and B are in love with each other, and A, the girl, wants to marry B. And both the parents know about it. They want to get married, and they like each other. But then suddenly the girl's father comes and tells A, the girl, that he has come to know something very bad about B, about the boy B, that he's got a criminal case. He's got 2, 3 criminal cases. He has murdered some people. Police are looking for him. He has cheated many girls, etc., etc. So this statement has come from somebody. This statement is very, very clear, given by the girl's father. Okay, and he is apta to her, very close to her, because he is her father. So that is a source of valid knowledge. And moreover, the girl's father is telling, I have proof. I have met all the fathers of those girls, and they have given testimony about that man. So it's a very clear proof for the girl not to go ahead marrying that boy. So that is shabda, sound or testimony. Did you understand? So these are the four valid sources of knowledge. Hello, are you there with me? So this is pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, shabda. So man suffers on this earth because of lack of right knowledge. Once he gets the right knowledge, he'll stop suffering. There are four valid sources of knowledge according to Nyaya philosophy: pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, shabda. Right? Okay, did you get me that? This is Nyaya philosophy. Then Vaisheshika philosophy. Vaisheshika philosophy. Vaisheshika philosophy was given by Canada. Now, what does Canada says? What does Canada say? Canada says that there are not four sources of valid knowledge. There are only two sources of valid knowledge: Pratyaksha and Anumana. Pratyaksha is what knowledge you gain from your five senses or otherwise, and Anumana, inference. So there are only two valid sources of knowledge: Pratyaksha and Anumana, in perception and in inference. And then the whole world is made of tiny particles which cannot be further subdivided. That is atoms. So it gives the atomic theory. Anus, it's called anus. Atoms are called anus or padarth or padarth. So there is some tiny molecule in this universe which cannot be further subdivided. So it gives the atomic theory. Then Vaisheshika philosophy also says that it's not necessary for every effect to have a cause. Sankhya philosophy says what? For every cause there's an effect, and vice versa. For every effect there has to be a cause. Vaisheshika philosophy says that it is not necessary to have a cause for an effect. Every effect is a new beginning. Every effect is a new beginning. It doesn't need to have a cause. That is Vaisheshika philosophy for you. Clear? Got it? So you can see here on your screen, given by Canada, gives atomic theory, recognizes 6 categories of padarth, that is atoms, doesn't believe in pre-existence of cause. So that is you don't need to have a cause for every effect. I'll give an example. Um, let's say there is a boy, there's a very promising cricketer, okay? He has played under 19 India. He has played India A team. He has played India A team, okay, and he is knocking on the doors of the senior team, the regular team. So he has played under 19, under 16. He has played under 19. He has played India cricket under A. He is in the India A team, and then he has to make the grade to the senior team. He has to make the cut to the senior team. And let us say, just a hypothetical example. Let's say he meets with an accident. He's going on his motorcycle, and some truck fellow comes and hits him, and he breaks his leg, and he loses one of his leg permanently. So it is, he has only one leg now. So he can never play cricket again, right? Maybe, no, he can never play cricket. But then somebody tells him that you have so much of knowledge of cricket, why don't you become a commentator? Why don't you become a commentator? You can equally, if you join the Star Sports team as a commentator, you can earn good money, and you can also travel and meet all these players, etc., etc. So let's say this fellow starts commentating, and then one day he becomes he is in the commentary team of some of these very good channels. So this is a new beginning for him. So every effect doesn't necessarily have to have a cause. It's a new beginning. Did you understand? So, hello, did you understand? Clear? Okay. So you like a girl, or a girl likes a boy. You put application, right? What happens? The girl rejects or the boy rejects. Don't worry. It's a new beginning. So think like that. Okay. Did you get me that? So it's a new beginning. So that is Vaisheshika philosophy for you. New beginning. Got it? On the lighter side. Okay. So one attempt you are not clear, doesn't matter. It's a new beginning. Make a fresh start. A fresh start. Forget about the past. Learn from whatever mistakes you made, and then you make a new fresh beginning. So far, so good, all of you. Sankhya Kapila, Yoga Patanjali, Nyaya Akshapada Gautama, Vaisheshika Kannada. Okay, then we come to Mimamsa, Purva Mimamsa. Purva Mimamsa. So this was a philosophy given by Jaimini. Philosophy given by Jaimini. And this is one of the orthodox schools of Indian philosophy. It believes in the rituals, believes in the earlier parts of the Vedas, that is the Karma Kanda. That's why called Purva Mimamsa. So you have Vedas. Vedas are divided into two parts: Karma Kanda, Karma and Gnana. So this believes in the Karma Kanda or ritualistic part of the Vedas. Ritualistic part of the Vedas. That's why called Purva Mimamsa. And Mimamsa believes that there's only one valid source of knowledge. Understand this. Mimamsa believes that there's only one source of knowledge, that is the Vedas. Whatever you want, everything is in the Vedas. You don't need to search beyond the Vedas. So it believes in the Vedic testimony. Okay, it really believes in Vedic testimony that all the knowledge is in the Vedas. So this is Purva Mimamsa, and also believes in the Karma Kanda or ritualistic part of the Vedas. That's why called Purva Mimamsa, given by Jaimini. Are you there with me? So it emphasizes on Vedic rituals and revelations by the Vedas themselves, and it only believes in Shabda or word. That is the only valid source of knowledge. Shabda or word, that is Vedas. So the earliest work of this book, of this system of philosophy, is the Mimamsa Sutra of Jaimini. Mimamsa Sutra of Jaimini. Shabara Swamin, Kumarila Bhatta, and Prabhakara are the earlier exponents of this philosophy, So Mimamsa Sutras of Jaimini is the earliest book, and Prabhakara, Kumarila Bhatta, they're all exponents of this philosophy. And last, so you have law of karma given by Jaimini, authority of Vedas, believes in verbal testimony, that is Vedic testimony, and believes in Karma Kanda portion of the Vedas, the ritualistic part of the Vedas. This is Purva Mimamsa. And lastly, we have Vedanta or Uttara Mimamsa given by Vyasadeva Bhadrayana. Vyasadeva Bhadrayana. Vedanta means conclusion, end of the Vedas. Now, it is based on three textbooks. Vedanta is based on three textbooks. That is the Bhagavata Purana, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Brahma Sutras. Sorry, Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, and the Bhagavad Gita. These are the three books on which it is based. And based on the interpretation of these three books, 5 schools emerged. So Vedanta is based on three textbooks: Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutras. Based on the interpretation of these three texts, 5 schools emerged. So what are the 5 schools? You can see on your screen: Kevala Advaita or Advaita, then Dvaitavada, Bheda Abheda, that is Dvaita Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, and Shuddha Advaita. Harsha, what is this? Okay, 4 Veds, 6 Shastras, 18 Mahapuranas. Okay, yeah, you're right. We'll come back here. So Vedanta or Uttara Mimamsa. So Kevala Advaita. So far, so good, all of you students? Clear? So last philosophy. Kevala Advaita. Understand this? This is the philosophy given by Shankaracharya. Kevala Advaita. When I have done medieval India, I started off medieval India with Shankaracharya's philosophy, but again we'll repeat. What does Shankara say? Okay, so what does Shankara say? God and God's creation are one and the same. He says God and God's creation are one and the same. That is called monism. You cannot differentiate between the two. Both are one and the same. Therefore, that is called monism in English, or in Sanskrit, Kevala Advaita. Kevala Advaita. There is no dualism. There is only monism. And he says Brahman is the only reality. The world exists only in our mind. Rest all is an illusion. Brahman is the only reality. The world exists only in our mind. It's an illusion, he says. Illusion, he says. Everything you imagine is also real. That is right. So here, Whatever you think, not imagine, Jia, whatever you think is your reality. Whatever you think is your reality. It becomes your reality, rather. And that's what Shankara says. So the Brahman is the only reality. The rest all is a Maya, illusion. The world exists only in our mind. And I have given you snake and rope in the dark analogy. Example. So let's take an example. Let's say you go to your village, your ancestor village. After a long time, you've gone there. So you're staying in a hut there. Let's say your ancestral village. I'm just giving an example, right? And when you go there, you're staying in this old, old village house of yours. And one of the servants tells you that be careful in the night because the toilet is outside. Let us say the toilet is here outside. You have to go there, like in villages, it is there outside. So so be careful while going to the toilet in the night. You take a torch with you because there will be some snakes crossing the path. So somebody might warn you like that, and you've forgotten about it. It's been 2 days since you've gone to your village, and let us say one evening at around 7 o'clock, you're walking towards the toilet, and then you stamp something. You stamp something, and you think it's a snake. So you loudly scream in fright, and you fall down. Let's say you fall down, and everybody come rushing, thinking that you have stamped a snake or the snake has bitten you. But when they put the torch, they see that it says a rope. You have actually stamped a rope, not a snake. Now, till when you had stamped when you had stamped the rope, thinking that it was a snake, for you it was a snake. That's why you reacted that way. So that is your reality. In your mind, you thought you had stamped a snake. That was your reality. And when a torch was flashed on that particular object, it was a rope. That is also real. So when the real light was put on the rope, it was a rope and not a snake. So that is also real. So everything is a construct of your mind. Shankara says everything is a construct of your mind. So whatever you think, so you become. In other words, you have so many things like that. So this is Shankara's philosophy. Brahman is the only reality. The world exists in your mind. So whatever, you be very careful as to what you think, because that can become your reality. If you think negative thoughts, it will happen. If you think positive thoughts, that will also manifest, because the universe is not able to differentiate between the two. Did you understand? This is Shankara's philosophy. And same thing, I had read a book called, The Secret by Rhonda Byrne. I'm sure some of you have read it. The Secret by Rhonda Byrne. Small book. This is available on Amazon. She speaks the same thing. This book might not help you for UPSC, but it will help you for life. Small book, 80, 90, 100 pages book. You please read it. In case you're interested, please read this book. It's very, very useful. It will be very, very helpful for your life. So it's very important to think correctly, because what you think, you manifest. What you think, you manifest. So somebody says, I want to commit suicide. I want to commit suicide 1,000 times. The universe says tatastu, according to Shankara. And somebody says, I want to live 100 years healthily. The universe also will say tatastu, because it's not going to differentiate between the two. This is Shankara's philosophy, Kevala Advaita. Are you there with me, all of you? This is Shankara's philosophy. Okay. Then we come to Dvaita philosophy, given by Madhvacharya. Dvaita philosophy. So what is Dvaita philosophy? God is there. God's creation is there. What did Shankara say? Shankara said both are the same. Madhva says, no way, both are separate, he says. God and God's creation are separate. You cannot say both are the same. And he says that Jiva and Jagat is dependent upon God. Jiva is your soul, individual soul, and Jagat is the universe. So Jiva and Jagat is dependent upon God. They are dependent upon God. So Brahman is superior, that is God is superior. Jiva, individual soul, are distinct. Brahman is superior, is God and controls Jiva and Jagat. Jiva can get rid of the cycle of rebirth by worshipping Brahman. So by worshipping Brahman, Jiva can get rid of the cycle of rebirth. So this is Dvaita philosophy given by Madhvacharya. Madhvacharya was a 13th century philosopher from Sringeri, Karnataka. So he was from Karnataka, Madhvacharya. So he differed from Shankara. Are you there with me? So this is the Dvaita philosophy given by Madhvacharya. Clear? Okay. So is it very complicated? Is it very complicated? Kennedy, Jia, Madhuri, Satyanarayana, Harsh. Is it very complicated? So if you understand a little bit, okay, but just try to understand. Okay, thank you, Jia. Right. So this is Dvaita philosophy. Then we come to Bheda Abheda, Dvaita Advaita. Bheda Abheda, that is Dvaita Advaita, given by Nimbaraka. Very simple. What is Dvaita? The philosophy given by Madhvacharya. God and God's creation are separate. And Advaita is the philosophy given by Shankara. That is, God and God's creation are one and the same. So Nimbaraka says there are both. There is monism as well as dualism. There is both monism as well as dualism. That is the philosophy given by Nimbaraka. Okay, did you get me that? Abheda, Abheda, Dvaita, Advaita. So there is dualism, that is God and God's creation are separate. God and Jagat, Jiva and Jagat are separate. And Advaita is both are the same. God and Jagat, Jiva are one and the same. So both are there according to Nimbaraka. Then we come to Vishishta Advaita. Vishishta Advaita given by Ramanujacharya. Ramanujacharya. Now he says that Brahman is, Vishishta means qualified and Advaita means monism. Brahman is one and supreme and the world is a part of this Brahman. So you see here, world is a part of this Brahman. The world is a part of this Brahman. This is Brahman. Brahman is one and supreme and the world is part of this Brahman. Yeah, Advaita and Dvaita are contrary. That is true, Kennedy. When we come back here, Vishishta Advaita is what? Brahman is one and supreme. One and supreme. And the world is part of this Brahman. World is a part of this Brahman. So you make a diagram like this, easy to remember. Then we come to Shuddha Advaita. Shuddha Advaita of Vallabhacharya. Shuddha means pure. Advaita is monism. So he says, world is real, so is the Brahman. But it is Brahman which forms the world. Therefore, Brahman does not undergo any change. Both Brahman and world are the two sides of the same coin. So this is the coin. Imagine this is the coin. So Brahman and world are two sides of the same coin. Brahman is real, so is the world, but it is Brahman which forms the world. Brahman does not undergo any change, and therefore Brahman and world are two sides of the same coin. Shuddha Advaita. Are you there with me? This is given by Vallabhacharya. Yeah, so Vishishta Advaita is what? Brahman is one and supreme, and the world is part of this Brahman. Whereas Shuddha Advaita of Vallabhacharya says world and Brahman are two sides of the same coin. So very similar, a little bit confusing probably, but almost the same, the last two. So though these schools differed, regarding the difference between Brahman and individual soul, they agree on certain common points. What are the common points they agree on? You can see all reject the philosophy of Buddhism and Jainism. All rejected the philosophy of Buddhism and Jainism. They believe in transmigration of souls. That is the body. When the person dies, it's the death of the body. The soul is permanent until a person squares off his karmic debts He has to take repeated births. So they believe in transmigration of souls. They believe that individual is the agent of his own action and therefore the recipient of the fruit. Individual is the agent of his own action and therefore the recipient of the fruit. If he does good, good things will happen to him. Bad, bad things will happen to him. Then all of them believe in the desirability of the release from the cycle of rebirth, and that can be attained through Vedic philosophy. So the ultimate aim of a man is to attain moksha, freedom from rebirth, and that can be attained through Vedic philosophy by following the Vedic philosophy. So they agree on all these things. Clear? These are the 6 philosophies, Shad Darshanas. Now let us look at the questions from this topic. Match the following by using the codes given below. Philosophy and founder. Purva Mimamsa, Jaimini. Uttara Mimamsa, Vyasadeva Badrayana. Sankhya Kapila, Vaisheshika Kannada. So this is the match. Philosophy and founder. Second question, 2013 UPSC question. With reference to the history of philosophical thought in India, consider the following statements regarding Sankhya school. Sankhya does not accept the theory of rebirth or transmigration of soul. So this is not correct. All believed in transmigration of soul. You can see here, all believed in transmigration of souls. So all these schools believed in transmigration of souls. So Sankhya does not accept the theory of rebirth or transmigration of soul is wrong. Sankhya holds that it is a self-knowledge that leads to liberation and not any exterior influence or agent. This is correct. Which of the statements given above are correct? Only 2 is correct. Clear? Only second is correct. Then 2014 UPSC question. Which one of the following pairs does not form part of the 6 systems of Indian philosophy? So you know the 6 systems of Indian philosophy: Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purva Mimamsa, Uttara Mimamsa. So Mimamsa Vedanta is there, Nyaya Vaisheshika is there, Lokayata Kapalika is not there. This is not part of 6 systems of Indian philosophy. Rest are all there. Which of the following were the followers of Vedanta philosophy? So Adi Shankaracharya, Swami Vivekananda, Sarvapalli Radhakrishna, 1, 2, and 4. They believed in Vedanta philosophy. And Kumarila Bhatta, I've given you a small note on Kumarila Bhatta. Here in this, go through it. Kumarila Bhatta. Consider the following statements. Ajivika preaches the doctrine of Niyati, predeterminism. What is Niyati? Predeterminism. This is correct, isn't it? Charvaka preaches complete materialism and atheism. Both are correct. Which of the statements are correct? Both 1 and 2 are correct. Match the following by using the codes. Shvetambara sect. Who was the founder of the Shvetambara sect? Stulabhadra or Stulabahu. Digambara, Bhadrabahu. Ajivika sect, Makkali Goshala. And Charvaka, Ajita Keshakambalin. Clear? Hello. So, and finally, what is material cause? The matter from which the thing is made from. So Purusha is the material cause. Efficient cause is that brings about change. That is efficient cause. Formal cause, the kind of thing that something is made, the chair shape. And final cause, the goal or purpose that a thing moves towards. So material cause, efficient cause, formal cause, final cause. Okay, this is about philosophy topic. Clear? This is philosophy for you. Philosophy topic. Question 4 slide, just hold on. Yeah, Jia, are you clear? So can we go for a 20 minutes break and come back? Can we take a 20 minutes break and come back? Or half an hour break and come back? Hello? Take a half an hour break and come back. Okay, carry on. 5:10. We meet at 5:10. Let's take a break at 5. Okay, we'll take a break at 5. Okay, Krishna says let's take a break at 5. So we'll do that. We'll take a break at 5. Hold on. Actually, I wanted to do dance topic, but then in the order which I had given, it has not been put. Doesn't matter. We'll come back here. Religious reforms during medieval period. Now look here. Religious reforms during medieval period. Now look here. In the medieval period, in the medieval times, that is from the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate till the that is from 1206, from the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate till the establishment of the Mughal Empire. So 1206 to 1526, we have two movements which took place. One is the Bhakti movement, and the other is the Sufi movement. The other is the Sufi movement. Now, Bhakti movement began in South India. Understand this? Bhakti movement, I'll use another page. So, Bhakti movement began in South India. During the Pallava period. So, it began in South India during the Pallava period. And we have the Tamil Vaishnava saints and Shaiva saints, the Alvars and the Nayanas. So Alvars were Vishnu saints and Nayanas were Shaiva saints or Shiva saints. Now these two saints, Alvars and Nayanas, so there were 12 Alvars, totally there were 12 Alvars. So 12 Alvars and 63 Nayanas. Now these saints rejected Brahmanical orthodoxy, or they condemned Brahmanical orthodoxy, rituals, priestly domination, and they propagated social equality. They also condemned corruptions in the society like caste system, untouchability, etc. So these saints of the Pallava period in South India, in Tamil Nadu, were the pioneers of the Bhakti movement. So they, in fact, stressed on Bhakti. They stressed on Bhakti. What is Bhakti? Bhakti means, it is from the word bhaj. It is from the word bhaja. Bhaj. That means to adore, meaning to adore. Now, it has three concepts, Bhakti. Number one is Bhakti itself. That is pure devotion, or what is called unadulterated devotion to a chosen deity. That's Bhakti. Then Prapatti. Prapatti is total surrender. And Nishkama Karma. Nishkama Karma. What is Nishkama Karma? Nishkama Karma is um, to worship without any selfish motives. Worship without selfish motive. So the word bhakti is from the word bhaja, bhaj, that means to adore. It has three concepts: bhakti, pure devotion; prapatti, total surrender. So pure devotion to a chosen deity, Prapatti is total surrender, and nishkama karma, worship without any selfish motive. Now we could have two types of bhakti. We had two types of bhakti. One is saguna bhakti. Understand this? One is saguna bhakti, and the other is nirguna bhakti. What is saguna bhakti? That is idol worship. God with human attributes. That is idol worship. And nirguna bhakti is worship of a formless God. Formless God. Nirguna bhakti. So even before Islam came to India, okay, we have Nirguna Bhakti in India. It was not that it was introduced in India by Islam or because of the influence of Islam. We had Nirguna Bhakti even before the advent of Islam. So Saguna Bhakti is God with human attributes, idol worship. Nirguna Bhakti is a formless God, God without any human attributes, a formless God. Are you there with me? So this is the introduction to this topic. Now please understand, Bhakti arose in South India in the Pallava period. And then by the 11th century, what was the Pallava period? Pallava period was from 6th century to 9th century AD. This was the period in which the Pallavas ruled, 6th to the 9th century AD. Right? And then from South India, it went to the north by the 11th century. By 1100 AD, Bhakti movement entered North India. So it enters North India, Bhakti movement. Bhakti as a movement enters North India. And the construction of the Royal Highway between Delhi to Devagiri aided this fast transmission of Bhakti movement. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq shifted the capital from Delhi to Devagiri, which was renamed Daulatabad, isn't it? So once this road was built, people from either parts of India, north and south, could travel in opposite directions without much difficulty. Right. So by 11th century, it enters North India, and by the 14th and 15th century, Bhakti became a raging movement. Bhakti movement became very, very popular. It became a raging movement in North India. Popular movement in North India. So it arose in the south and then went to the north. Are you there with me, all of you? Now, um, let us list out. Now, you see, let us list out the corruptions which existed in our society and religion from ancient times. Corruptions which existed in our society and religion from ancient times. So what are the corruptions you can mention? Hello, come on, all of you know this. Corruptions. What are the corruptions in our society from ancient times, ancient Indian times? Caste system, okay, very good, Jia. Caste system, okay. Then slavery, okay. Then what else? Supremacy, patriarchy, child marriage, okay. Discrimination of women, Jia, very good. Discrimination of women and child marriage. Then patriarchal society, okay. Patriarchy. Then what else? Untouchability. Untouchability. What else? Female infanticide. Discrimination of women. Okay, then women denied education. Education denied to women. Education, property also. Property, education denied to women. Then caste system, slavery, discrimination of women, child marriage, patriarchy, untouchability, female infanticide, property, education denied to women. What else? No, Sati, yeah, how can we forget that? Sati is one, dowry is another. Dowry, take down all these corruptions. Sati, dowry, then discouragement to widow remarriage, isn't it? Widow remarriage was discouraged, particularly amongst the upper caste. Discouraged to widow remarriage, discouraged. What about religion? What are the corruptions in a religion? So caste system, slavery, discrimination of women, child marriage, patriarchy, untouchability, female infanticide, property, education denied to women, sati, dowry, widow remarriage, discouraged. Then, what about religion? Elaborate rituals. Very good, Jia. Elaborate rituals, sacrifices, elaborate rituals, sacrifices of animals, sacrifices, Brahminical supremacy, Brahminical supremacy, uh, preferential treatment. Okay, preferential treatment. What else? Idol worship. You can also call idol worship. Okay, so see, these are some of the corruptions which had crept into our, yeah. So everything was in Sanskrit: elaborate rituals, sacrifices, Brahminical supremacy, preferential treatment. Um, so then that would be same preferential treatment. You think Kennedy, isn't it the same as Brahminical supremacy? Jia says unintelligible to common man. Everything was in Sanskrit. Okay, Dvija philosophy. Okay, Dvija philosophy. Very good. Dvija philosophy. So women and Shudras were denied. They are denied the privilege of wearing the sacred thread. So obviously, they could not, uh, you know, bequeath property. The age of marriage was also reduced. So you can one more thing you can see, lowering of marriage age. Caste system society mein you can also write lowering of marriage age, lowering of marriageable age, lowering of marriageable age. It was reduced to 8 years for a girl. For a girl, it was reduced to 8 years. So automatically, she lost the right to get educated. And so since she was married away, she would have married off. She lost the right over parental property also. So these are the two criteria for performing sacrifices. Who could perform a sacrifice? Somebody who had property with him and he was educated. So here the girl lost property because of early marriage, and she lost education because of again marriage age, which was reduced to 8 years. Number 6 is Dvija philosophy. Dvija philosophy, Kennedy. Dvija philosophy. Twice born. Now Hello, all of you. Understand this. I'm only giving you an introduction to this topic. All these corruptions, understand this, all these corruptions existed in our society and religion from ancient times. And all these philosophers, all these saints, bhakti saints from ancient times, Shankaracharya, Ramanuja, Madhvacharya, Vallabhacharya, Nimbaraka, Ramananda, Kabir, Chaitanya, Surdas, Tulsidas, Mirabai, Dadu Dayal, etc. They spoke about um a casteless society. They spoke about social equality, gender equality, eradication of untouchability, um, and a very simple religion based on bhakti, with a devoid of any rituals or sacrifices. So, though these saints from ancient times condemned all these corruptions in our society and religion, they could not remove these corruptions. From ancient times, all these corruptions were there in our society and religion. Many of the saints condemned them, criticized them, but did they eradicate? Were they successful in eradicating it? No. When was it finally eradicated? To a large extent, when was it finally eradicated? Even now, we hear of untouchability, here and there. In villages, it is there. Even in some traditional families, it is there. Untouchability is there. Caste system we follow. Okay, and marriage is generally within the caste. It is a exogamous group within the caste. Generally, of course, there are some societies, some families, for example, Bombay is a much more tolerant society. Here it's more about performance, how in life, economically, how the boy and the girl are doing. So it's much more liberal that way in places like Bombay. But otherwise, in most parts of India, we follow this very, very strictly. Right now, in the modern times, you have a chapter in your modern Indian history. 19th century Renaissance, socio-religious reform movements. Socio-religious reform movements, 19th century Renaissance. You study about Brahma Samaj, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, how he led a crusade against Sati, and ultimately William Bentinck banned Sati. Similarly, we have Ishwachandra Vidyasagar, who led a crusade for the education of girls. So he was a principal, and he was responsible for the first widow remarriage amongst upper caste in India. Understand this? For a Brahmin girl, during those days, child marriages were there. So yeah, a young Brahmin girl, let us say at the age of 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, she becomes a widow. She doesn't know anything. She's an innocent girl, and she's married off at a young age to some boy who's, let us say, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, and let us say that boy dies in an accident or some disease. He gets some disease and dies. That girl has to remain a widow for the rest of her life. That Brahmin girl. So what did the society do? The family would dishevel her. She was shaved off. Her hair was shaved off. Her head was shaved off. Why it was shaved off? Because she should look ugly. Because hair is also an attraction to the opposite sex. The hair of a girl. So it's very, you must have seen those ads, shampoo ads and all that. So that is also an attraction to the opposite sex. So she was disheveled. She had to wear white clothes. She could not participate in family functions, get-togethers, ceremonies like marriage, etc. She was generally kept away from the other members of the family. She was probably given a separate outhouse to stay, bland food to eat, and many times somebody within the family, an uncle or an extended relative, would be exploiting her, and nobody would know. And even if she complains, the blame would be put on her by everybody. It was Ishachandra Vidyasagar who led a crusade against this. And with his own money, he performed the first widow remarriage among Brahmins in India in 1856. And as a result of this, we have Lord Dalhousie, who passed the Widow Remarriage Act, where in 1856 we have the Widow Remarriage Act passed by Lord Dalhousie, which gave the status of no, it legalized widow remarriages, and it gave the status of legitimacy to a child born to a widow. Earlier, a child born to a widow was considered to be illegitimate. Now, a status of legitimacy was given to a child born to a widow. So, and he performed about 25 widow remarriages. He was criticized. Stones were thrown at him. He was beaten black and blue. Many times attacked but then he was, you know, he was bold enough to carry forward his life's mission. Similarly, Jyotiba Govindrao Phule belonged to the Mali community in Maharashtra. He established schools for girls, right? Similarly, Virasan Lingam Pantulu in Andhra did the same thing in Andhra Pradesh. So these are all the great philosophers, sorry, great, um, um, reformers, rather, great reformers of 19th century India. And along with that, you have the British government also making it a law. Of course, you have human sacrifice. One more thing: corruption among society is human sacrifice. Human sacrifice was practiced by the Khonds of Orissa, by the Gonds of Adilabad district, Andhra, by the Gonds of Orissa, and the Khonds. Gonds are from Madhya Pradesh actually. So Gonds from Adilabad district of Andhra, and also Madhya Pradesh, and Khonds of Orissa. They used to practice human sacrifice. So human sacrifice was banned by the British. Hook swinging was there. Hook swinging. So there was a hook which was attached to a person's neck, behind his neck, to the spinal cord, and he would be suspended in air. That's called hook swinging. So these all corruptions existed in our society. And finally, in the 19th and 20th centuries, because of the efforts of these reformers like Rajaram Mohan Roy, the Brahma Samaj, the Arya Samaj, Ramakrishna Mission, etc., and people like Jyotiba Phule, Swami Dayananda Saraswati, and of course the British, who established girls' schools, schools for the untouchables, and they opened their doors to everybody, the backward classes, the SCs, the STs, women. They all were given education, whereas earlier education was the privilege of the shishtas, the so-called elite sections of society. So all these corruptions to a large extent were eradicated, softened, toned down during the British period. So this topic, medieval, that is socio-religious reform movements, or rather, religious movements during medieval times, should be read as a thread. You read this topic and also read the 19th century Renaissance chapter from modern India. You read it as a thread, you'll be better able to understand and appreciate. Otherwise, this topic is mostly factual. We'll discuss about it: Bhakti movement, all the important Bhakti saints, and then Sufi movement and the Sufi saints, Sufi silsilas or orders. Okay, that is the introduction to this topic. We'll go for a break and come back. Is it fine? Okay, are you clear? So this is the introduction to this topic. We'll come back after a break, half an hour break, and finish this topic. So Bhakti and Sufi movement. Carry on, carry on. 5:30 we meet again. 5:30 we meet. Thank you. Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Can we continue? Hello? Am I audible? Okay, great. So, before the break, I gave a overview about this topic, religious reforms during medieval period, Bhakti and Sufi movement. Sufi movement, I'll come to that in some time later. We'll first talk about Bhakti movement. So, I gave an overview. Let us now discuss the details. Okay, thank you, Satyanarayana. So, let us do this topic, Bhakti movement, Sufi movement. So Bhakti movement, two mystic movements started during the medieval times between the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate and the establishment of the Mughal Empire. And one was the Bhakti movement, which began in South India and spread to the north, and the other was the Sufi movement, which began in North India and spread to the south. So Bhakti movement began in South India and spread to the north. Sufi movement began in the north and spread to the south. And of course, both influence each other. And Bhakti movement was mainly responsible for the development of vernacular languages. So here, local languages. The Bhakti saints used local languages like Marathi, Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Hindi, Awadhi dialect of Hindi, Bengali, Oriya, etc. So it led to the development of vernacular languages. So, what are the various aspects of Bhakti? Let's talk about it. It rejected rituals, and the focus was on Bhakti. They opposed social religious discrimination. Importance was given to monotheism, that is, worship of one God. Then we have two types of Bhakti in Bhakti movement. One is Saguna Bhakti, that is God with human attributes, idol worship. Nirguna Bhakti is formless God. And of course, use of regional or local language. Bhakti gave importance to the following aspects. One is devotion, Bhakti, religious harmony, social and gender equality. It promoted all these things, social and gender equality. So I've given an overview before the break. Let us run through it. This is again factual information, but we will go through it in detail. Bhakti movement. So as I told you, it flourished from the 11th to the 17th century. Bhakti as a concept is found in the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishad, the Shveta Upanishad particularly, the Bhagavata Purana, then Bhagavad Gita. They all speak about Bhakti as a concept. So it began in South India during the Pallava period, entered North India in the 11th century AD, and by the 14th and 15th century, it became a raging movement, a very popular movement. In South India, it was popularized by the Vaishnava saints and the Shaiva saints, that is the Alvars and the Nayanars. Nayanars are the Shaiva saints, and Alvars were the Vaishnava saints. So they propagated religious egalitarianism, religious equality, rejected orthodoxy, rituals, and clashed with Orthodox Brahmins. It flourished during the Pallava period. So we have two types of bhakti movement, Saguna and Nirguna. Saguna is worship of God in human form, idol worship, and mostly found in South India. We have both Vaishnavites and Shaivites. Vaishnavas worship Vishnu, and Shaivites, as you know, worship Shiva. And within Vaishnavism, we have monotheism, Rama Marga, Krishna Marga. So many people worship Rama, many people worship Krishna. In fact, if you notice, in North India, Rama along with his consort Sita and Krishna along with his consort Radha are more popular than Vishnu per se. They are avatars of Vishnu, no doubt, but then the avatars themselves are more important, are considered more important. They occupy the central position when compared to Vishnu per se. Whereas in the south, it is mostly Vishnu. Of course, Rama and Krishna are worshipped, but they are more worshipped during Ram Navami and Krishna Janmashtami. Otherwise, it is mostly worship of Venkateshwara, who is also called Balaji, or Vishnu, right? Have you noticed that? In South, it is mostly Venkateshwara, who is worshipped, who is also called Balaji by the North Indians. Whereas in north, it is mostly Rama and Krishna along with their consorts, which are worshipped, which are very, very popular. So Nirguna movement is, of course, God is formless. They rejected idol worship. So who are the important saints of South India? After Shankara, of course, we have discussed Shankara in detail when we did medieval India. So apart from that, we have Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Nimbaraka, Vallabhacharya. These are the important saints of South India. Apart from that, we have Manavala Mahamuni, Sripadacharya, Annamacharya, Mekanda. So again, Ramanujacharya. So we have this statue which was installed outskirts of Hyderabad about 3-4 years back. This is a 218 feet statue of Ramanujacharya on the outskirts of Hyderabad at a place called Muchintal in Hyderabad. Statue of Equality, as it is called. The Statue of Equality. So let's talk about Ramanujacharya. So Ramanujacharya, he is the first Bhakti saint. He was born in Sri Perumbudur on the outskirts of Chennai. That's where Rajiv Gandhi, the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. That is Sri Perumbudur. That's where he was born. And later he became the head of the Srirangam Mutt. And this was a Chola period, you see. Cholas were persecuting Vaishnavas. The Chola king was Kulatunga the first. I have done Chola history. We have discussed Chola history in detail. So during the time of Kulatunga Chola, the Chola king, the Shaivites were persecuting the Vaishnavites. So Cholas were great Shiva worshippers. So the Vaishnavas were being persecuted. And therefore Ramanujacharya ran away from the Chola country and he comes to Karnataka, present-day region of Karnataka, which was ruled by the Hoysala king Vishnuvardhana. So Hoysalas were ruling this area. So he took shelter at a place called Melukote. So there's a place called Melukote, very near to Mysore. On the Bangalore Mysore highway, we have a town called Melukote, just a little away from the highway. And that city, that town became his headquarters for 20 years. He built a mutt there, a Vaishnava mutt there at Melukote. And he was there for about 20 years. Only after the death of Kulatunga Chola, he went back to Tamil Nadu. So Ramanujacharya is the founder of Vishishta Advaita philosophy. He says that God is real. So he is real, independent, and permanent. And the Jiva and Jagat, that is soul and world, are dependent upon him. So he propagated devotion, Bhakti Marga, devotion to attain moksha as such. And Vaishnavism doesn't believe in caste, gotra, pravara, high and low caste, man and woman, etc. So everybody is fit to attain moksha in Sri Vaishnavism. He proposed Bhakti Marga. He popularized this concept of Shivam, Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram. Then there are two elements in Bhakti Marga. One is, according to Ramanuja, one is Prapatti, that is total surrender to God, and Acharya Abhimana, surrender to a guru. And then he gave importance to the worship of Lakshmi, goddess Sri or Lakshmi. He says that Lakshmi is the mediator between humans and Vishnu. So he gave importance to the worship of Sri or goddess Lakshmi. He condemned the Mayavada of Shankaracharya, what is called illusion. Shankaracharya says the world is an illusion. Everything is a creation of the mind. It's an illusion. So that was criticized by Ramanujacharya. And he also initiated the Antyajas he gave them Diksha. So that is, they could become sannyasis. He gave Diksha to them. And he calls the untouchables as Tirukulathar or Harikula. So these are all factual information. Go through it. So these are the various books written by Ramanujacharya. Vedanta Sangraha, in which he condemned Mayavada of Shankara, Vedanta Sara, Vedanta Sutras, Gita Bhashya. So various books written by Ramanujacharya. Then I have given you extra information. The yellow background has been maintained, thank God. So this extra information is there for your convenience, your clarity. Let's go through this. Then we come to the Madhvacharya. Madhva was from Karnataka, 13th century saint of Karnataka, born at Sringeri, and his philosophy is called Dvaitavada. That is, God and God's creation are different. You cannot say, but that both are the same. And so Shankara said both are the same. That is called Kevala Dvaita. Dvaita is duality. That is, God and God's creation are totally different. You cannot say both are the same. So according to this philosophy, there are three entities: Jada, that is matter or universe; Jivatma, that is the soul; and Paramatma, God. So there are 5 fundamental differences between these three according to Madhvacharya. So that is there is difference between Jivatma and Paramatma, then Paramatma and Jada, Jivatma and Jada, Jivatma with another Jivatma, and Jada with another Jada. So there are 5 differences. And Dvaita philosophy has systematized by Vyasaraya is as follows. God, that is Hari himself, is Parabrahma. Jada is real, that is universe is real. There is difference between Jivatma and Paramatma. All Jivatmas are followers of Hari. Among these Jivatmas, there is a distinction between high and low. Pure devotion is the only path for salvation. So these are all the philosophy of Dvaita. He established 8 mutts, in the 8 corners. So these 6 principles, along with 3, are called Navaratnas of Madhva philosophy. His philosophy led to the emergence of Dasa Sahitya. So he propagates Bhakti Marga. He criticized both in Jainism and Buddhism, and almost 21 Indian scholars. So he brought idols from Dwarka and installed them at Udupi and Malpe. So we have the famous Udupi Sri Krishna temple. So that idol was installed by Madhvacharya, and at a place called Malpe, again on the coast of Karnataka, he established installed one Balram statue. He brought that Balrama statue from Dwarka, and he established 8 mutts. They're called Ashtamash mutts. They are found in Udupi and Karnataka. These are the 8 mutts: Sode, Shiruru, Kaniyuru, Pejavara, Palimaru, Adamaru, Krishnapura, Puttige. So these are the various mutts established by him, 8 mutts. And he wrote a number of books in Sanskrit. These are the books he wrote. I have given you a list: Gita Tatparya Nirnaya, Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya, Vishnu Tattva Nirnaya, etc. Gita Bhashya, Bhashya, Anubhashya, etc. So these are the books written by Madhvacharya. Right? And then we come to Nimbaraka. Nimbaraka lived in the 13th and 14th century. His philosophy is called Dvaita Dvaita. That is both dualism as well as monism. And he founded the Sanakadi Sampradaya, a form of worship called Sanakadi Sampradaya. Vallabhacharya, his philosophy is called Pushti Marga, the salvation by the grace of God. And his philosophy is called Shuddha Dvaita. So he proposed the Pushti Marga, that is, by winning the grace of God, one can attain moksha. And his philosophy is called Shuddha Dvaita, pure monism as such. Vallabha. Then other saints of South India, Manavala Mahamuni, Vaishnava saint, propagated Ramanuja's Prapatti Marga. Then Sripadacharya, sometimes is called the father of Carnatic music, though Purandara Dasa is called the father of Carnatic music, but some consider him as the father of Carnatic music, Sripadacharya. Then Annamacharya, he was a devotee of Lord Venkateshwara of Tirupati, Tirumala Tirupati. He was a contemporary of Sarva Narasimha of Vijayanagara, and he wrote many kirtanas, almost 32,000 kirtanas in praise of Lord Venkateshwara of Tirupati. He also spoke about social equality. Right? Then Mekanda. So he was a Shiva devotee, and he wrote Shivagnana Bodham. So these are the important saints of South India. Are you there with me? Hello. Ramanuja, Madhvacharya, Nimbaraka, Vallabhacharya. Right? Factual information. Then we come to Bhakti movement in North India. So from the south, it spread to the north. And the first Bhakti saint of North India is Ramananda. Ramananda, first Bhakti saint of North India. So he was made famous by his students, Avadutas. So he had 12 students or disciples. They are the ones who made him very, very popular. Yeah, Ramanacharya statue in Hyderabad, outskirts of Hyderabad, Ketan. So 12 disciples called Avadutas. So for example, Kabir, he was from a weavers community. Raidasa was from the Chamar caste, the Charmakaras as they're called. Then Sena was a barber, Sadhana, butcher, Dhanna, Narahari, Pipa. So these are all the students of Ramananda. Then Kabir. Now Kabir lived in the 15th century. He was born to a Brahmin widow, and therefore she abandoned him because she was a widow, and and she was born to him. So he was brought up by a Muslim couple who did not have any children. So a Muslim weavers couple brought him up. He grew up in that Muslim weavers community, and he brought in the Ram Rahim concept. As he grew, he would go to a temple and pray. He'll also go to a mosque and do his namaz. So he considered God as equal. and he brought in this concept of Ram Rahim. And though he was an illiterate, he composed a number of dohas, as it's called Kabir ke dohe, Kabir ke dohe. So his teachings are found in the Kabir ke dohe. So he is called the Karl Marx of India. His Kabir is called the Karl Marx of India because he criticized all these things: idol worship, going on pilgrimages, fasting. All these things were condemned by him. Rejected idolatry, practice of fasting, pilgrimages, promoted social equality. And his descendants came to be called Kabir Panthis. His descendants came to be called Kabir Panthis. Surdas was a blind saint, 16th century, blind saint, Surdas. He was blind. He wrote 3 books in Hindi: Sur Sagar on Krishna's life, Sur Suravali, and Sahitya Ratna, and promoted Krishna Marga. So authored many Hindi books. Surdas, 16th century saint. Mirabai. So Mirabai lived in the 15th and 16th century. She was the daughter-in-law of Rana Sangram Singh, the daughter-in-law of Rana Sanga of Mewar. You remember Rana Sanga fought Babur in the Battle of Kanua. In the Battle of Kanua, 1527, Rana Sanga was grievously wounded. So Mirabai was the daughter-in-law of Rana Sanga of Mewar, and she considered Krishna as her husband. So she neglected her real husband, and because she considered Krishna as her husband. So the Rana Sanga's family asked her to go to Brindavan, and for the rest of her life, she stayed there. And she promoted Krishna Bhakti, Mirabai. Then Goswami Tulsidas, a contemporary of Akbar. Tulsidas was a contemporary of Akbar. His real name was Ram Bola Dubey. Ram Bola Dubey. He began to write the Ram Charitamanas. So this is Ramayana in Hindi language. So this is the Awadhi dialect of Hindi. He began to translate the Ramayana. That is called Ram Charitamanas. So Kavitavali, Vinaya Patrika, these are the various books written by him. Right? This is about the important Bhakti saints. Then we come to Sikhism, 10 Sikh gurus. So remember them in a sequential order: Guru Nanak Dev, Guru Angad, Amardas, Ramdas, Guru Arjun, Har Kishan, Har Rai, Har Gobind, Har Kishan, Har Rai, Tegh Bahadur, and Guru Gobind Singh Ji. 10 gurus. So they might ask you, arrange the following gurus in a sequential order: the first 5 or the last 5, or somewhere in between. They might ask you. So know the sequence of these gurus. So Guru Nanak Dev. So the teachings of Guru Nanak became the basis for Sikhism. He was born in present-day Pakistan and died in present-day Pakistan. So he was born at Talwandi and died at Kartarpur. So born at Talwandi, died at Kartarpur. So in present-day Pakistan, he was a person who traveled extensively. He had a student called Mardana. So along with Mardana, like Buddha had Ananda, Guru Nanak Dev had Mardana. So along with Mardana, he would travel extensively. He's supposed to have gone to Makkah, Medina also, Russia. He's supposed to visit Sri Lanka, Russia. These tours of Guru Nanak Dev are called Udasis. So he believed in unity of man and unity of God. That is, everybody is equal and there's only one God. And that God is formless. So he believed in unity of man and unity of God. So God is formless, he said, and everybody are equal. And he was the one who started the Langar Seva, that is Guru Ka Langar in the Gurudwaras, community kitchens. So everybody, irrespective of sex and Varna, caste, they can go and eat food there in the Langar. So he was the one who established Langar. And his teachings became the basis for Sikhism. So he was the first Guru. So very interestingly, Sikhism allows menstruating women to sit in Gurudwaras. So women have their monthly periods. So in other religions, it is considered to be impure. So they're not allowed to sit in the God's room or even to temples. But then Sikhism doesn't believe in this. So Sikhism allows menstruating women to sit in Gurudwaras. And also you have Sikhism encouraging widow remarriages. So that is part of the religion. And the Sikhism gives a lot of importance to humility. So humility is given a lot of importance in Sikhism. You have to be very humble without any ego, right? Then the second guru was Angad. Now Guru Nanak Dev's children were not spiritually inclined. So therefore he chose one of his disciples called Lehna, and he gave a name called Angad. Angad means meaning of my own limb, my own limb. So his student was a boy called Lehna, and the Guru anointed him as his successor. He gave him a new name called Angad. The Gurumukhi script evolved during his period, Guru Angad's period. So Guru Angad, then third is Guru Amar Das. The Guru Ka Langar was very much popularized during his period. So Guru Ka Langar was begun by Nanak Dev, Guru Nanak only. It became very popular under Guru Amar Das. Then you have the fourth Guru, Guru Ram Das, a contemporary of Akbar. And Akbar was the one who gave land to Guru Ramdas, where the Guru began the construction of the Harmandir Sahib, the holiest shrine of the Sikhs. There's a lake also adjoining the Harmandir Sahib. And in fact, I told you in some context sometime back that the second Guru, Guru Angad, was suffering from some skin problem. And the herb to cure that skin problem was found in the lake adjoining the Harmandir Sahib. So therefore, it was decided to build a Gurudwara in the midst of the lake by the fourth Guru, Guru Ramdas. So it was completed by the fifth Guru, Guru Arjan Dev. Now, after Guru Ramdas, the Guruship became hereditary. After him, the Guruship became hereditary. So this is the holiest shrine of the Sikhs, the Harmandir Sahib, what is now called Golden Temple. So it was covered in gold by the 18th century king of Punjab, Guru, that is Ranjit Singh Ji. 18th century king of Punjab, Ranjit Singh. He was the one who covered this particular temple in gold. 400 kg of gold, I believe 400 kg of gold has been spent, was used to cover this Harmandir Sahib in gold. So he is the fourth Guru. Fifth Guru was Guru Arjan Dev. So he blessed the son of Jahangir, Khusro. Khusro escaped. I told you about Mughal history. So Khusro ran away to Punjab and escaped because he expressed his desire to become the next emperor. So he escaped to Punjab and he went to the Guru, and the Guru blessed him, like he would have blessed anybody. The Guru blessed him, but that was interpreted by Jahangir as supporting his rebellious son Khusro. And later, Guru Arjan Dev was arrested. He was tortured, and the Guru, when he was taken from one place to another place, he asked permission to take bath in the river Ravi in Lahore, Pakistan. So his handcuffs were removed, and then the Guru got into the river to take a bath in the river Ravi, but he drowned himself. He never came out of the river. He drowned himself. So there the Sikhs built a Gurudwara Dera Sahib in Lahore, which stands at that spot. So the Guru Granth Sahib, the Adi Grantha, the Guru Granth Sahib was compiled by Guru Arjan Dev, and also it is written in the Gurumukhi script. So Guru Arjan Dev was asked to pay a fine of 2 lakhs by Jahangir. Sikhism was becoming very, very popular. So this was not liked by many of the Hindu followers as well as by the Muslim ulemas. So Jahangir asked Guru Arjan Dev to expunge all those lines in the Guru Granth Sahib, which the emperor Jahangir felt was against Islam. But then nothing had been written against Islam. The Guru refused to expunge or delete any line from the Guru Granth Sahib. So therefore, he was asked to either choose death or choose Islam, to convert himself to Islam. The Guru refused to convert himself to Islam. So therefore, he was tortured, and later he drowned. He was not able to take the torture. So he killed himself by drowning in the river Ravi. So this is Guru Arjan Dev. Then the sixth Guru was Guru Hargobind. So he rebelled against Jahangir. Jahangir got him imprisoned in the Gwalior fort for 10 years. And after 10 years, he removed him from prison. He built a fort called Lohagad, which was later conquered by Bahadur Shah I, the Shah Alam I, one of the sons of Aurangzeb. Muazzam, who became Shah Alam I or Bahadur Shah I. And then we have the highest court of the Sikhs. In the Golden Temple, we have the Akal Takht. The Akal Takht was also established by Hargobind, the sixth Guru of the Sikhs. So this is the Akal Takht. Then, so he was the one who started the concept of warrior saints. The Hargobind was the one who began the concept of warrior saints. So saints who went to war, warrior saints. Then Har Rai, seventh Guru, Har Kishan, so became a Guru at the age of 5 years, but died just after 3 years because of smallpox. So eighth Guru, Har Kishan. Then ninth Guru was Guru Tegh Bahadur. So the Guru Tegh means sword. So at a very young age, he showed his proficiency in swordsmanship. He defeated a Mughal officer in a battle. That's why he was given the title of Tegh or sword. So he was born to Guru Hargobind and Mata Nanki. You know. So he was the ninth Guru of the six, and he took the title Sacha Pacha, true sovereign. Transferred his capital from Ramdaspur to Kartarpur. So he bought land in Makowal village, and later he built the headquarters called Anandapur Sahib. Initially he called it as Chak Nanki. So he named it after his mother, Chak Nanki, now called Anandapur Sahib. So, and of course, you have Guru Tegh Bahadur, who was tortured and executed on the orders of Aurangzeb. His head was cut off because, during the time of Guru Tegh Bahadur, Hindus had risen in revolt in Kashmir because of the policy of forcible conversions followed by Aurangzeb. So you have a delegation who came from Kashmir to meet the Guru. It was led by, you can see here, Kirpadas. Kirpadas was the person who led this delegation, and Kirpadas told Guru Tegh Bahadur about this policy of forcible conversions. Even the local governors, Muslim governors of Kashmir, had been ordered to see that Hindus and other people are forcibly converted to Islam. So the Guru is supposed to have told Kirpadas and that Hindu delegation who had come to call upon him from Kashmir that let the Mughals try to convert the Guru. If they have the guts, let them try to convert the Guru. That is himself, Guru Tegh Bahadur. So this, when Aurangzeb came to know about this, this was interpreted as a challenge to his policy. He was asked to come to Delhi. He came along with three of his students, disciples. So Bhai Satidas, Bhai Matidas, and Bhai Dyalaji. So these are the three people who accompanied Guru Tegh Bahadur. So they were tried in a court of law. The Guru was tried in a court of law by the Qazi of Delhi, and he pleaded guilty. He said, "I did say this because it is against God and against you're not supposed to forcibly convert anybody to any religion. It is against the will of God. If somebody wants to follow a particular religion, it should be his own on his own volition, on his free will, not by force." So he said that I did say that. So he was found guilty, and he was given a choice between converting himself to Islam or, um, you know, um, losing his head. The Guru said that at any cost he will not convert himself to Islam. He would prefer to die than convert himself to Islam. And three of his disciples, followers who had accompanied him, they also refused to convert themselves to Islam. So one was killed in hot boiling water. So he was um, dipped in hot boiling water and killed. Another person was literally torn apart. So his hands and legs were tied to two horses, and those two horses pulled him in opposite directions. So he was literally torn to pieces. And the other was burned to death. And the Guru head was cut off. Guru Tegh Bahadur's head was cut off. So I have told you the story when I did, Sikhism, when I did Mughal Aurangzeb, and how he made enmities with the Sikhs, etc. Right? So this is a story. Okay, Guru Tegh Bahadur. So his head was later carried to Punjab by um, one of the by Jaitadi, by a person called Bhai Jaitaji, and he handed over that head of the Guru without the body. It was a headless body, so only the head was handed over to the son of the Guru Tegh Bahadur. His name was Guru Gobind Rai, who later became Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So he burned the head of his father. The headless body of the Guru was again burnt in Delhi. Two disciples, they dragged the body, and they set fire to their hut. So along with their hut, the dead body, the headless body of the Guru, also burned down. And later, a Gurudwara has been built near the Parliament House of Delhi. Okay, that is in Delhi, right? The Guru Tegh Bahadur's the place where his dead body was burnt. Then that brought the 10th Guru to power, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So 10th and the last Guru Gobind Singh. So he vowed to take revenge against the Mughals. He was the one who established the Khalsa. So established the militant Sikh army, the Khalsa, and he was the one who baptized the Sikhs. That is through a ceremony called Puhul. We have the Sikhs who are baptized. That's called baptism amongst the Sikhs. So a Sikh is supposed to wear five things on his person, on his body. He's supposed to wear five things. That's called 5 Ks. 5 Ks or a kakka. Okay, Ketan, thank you for that. Gulka killed Guru Gobind Singh. I'll come to that. So 5 Ks or kakka. So a person is supposed to wear five things on his body. That is, he's not supposed to cut his hair. Kesh, then kara, an iron bangle on the right hand. Kesh, kara, kirpan, a dagger or a sword. So Kesh, kara, kirpan, kacha, undergarment, and kanga, comb. So a Sikh is supposed to carry five things on his person, on his body. This rule was brought by the 10th and the last Guru, Guru Gobind Singh. It was not brought by Guru Nanak Dev. And he was the one who added the suffix Singh. He said he will convert everybody in Punjab into a lion and take revenge against the Mughals. So he added the suffix Singh after everybody's name, like Bhutta Singh, Manmohan Singh, Lal Singh, etc. And women were given the honorific Kaur, that is princess, like Bibi Jagir Kaur, princess, right? And he waged war against the Mughals. He lost four of his sons. And in 2022, December 26th was declared as, what is called Veer Bal Divas. Veer Bal Divas. So he lost four of his sons, two of his sons. So here, I have given you the story. You can see here on your screen. So go through this, very interesting. The developments which led to the martyrdom of Guru's four children. So I believe, Anandapur Sahib, Guru Gobind Singh, were, the Hindu chiefs and the Mughals wanted Guru Gobind Singh to vacate Anandapur Sahib. Anandapur Sahib was his headquarters. And otherwise, they threatened war against the Guru. And since he had established the Khalsa, the militant Sikh army, in 1699, they were wary of that. The Mughals, as well as some of the Hindu hill chieftains, were wary of that. So they thought that Guru Gobind Singh will never vacate Anandapur Sahib. But then later, I believe the Hindu chiefs took a vow on the cow, and the Muslim and the Mughal officers, the Muslim officers, took a vow on the Holy Quran, and they said that uh, until they see that Guru Gobind Singh is thrown out of Anandapur Sahib, they will fight together. But then later, Guru Gobind Singh told them that he will vacate Anandapur Sahib. So therefore, there was a truce. And they decided not to attack Guru Gobind Singh because he had agreed to vacate Anandapur Sahib. And as he was vacating, so it was rainy season, I believe, the river Sirsa. You have the river Sirsa, which was in spate. It was in floods. I'm sorry, my eyes are paining. So the river Sirsa was in spate, was in floods. So they had to cross the river. And then that's the time when the Mughal governors, including the Mughals and hill chieftains, Hindu hill chieftains, they changed their mind. They had taken a decision not to attack Guru because the Guru had agreed to vacate Anandapur Sahib. But then they changed their mind and they suddenly attacked the Guru, who was with his family. He had four children. He had his mother along with him. And then you have his army, a small army, which was trying to cross the river Sirsa. So many of the soldiers, Sikh soldiers, got carried away in the river Sirsa, and then the family got, it escaped in three directions. So Guru Gobind Singh, along with about 40 of his soldiers and two of his elder sons, they went to Chamkor Sahib. So there was a place called Chamkor. They went away to Chamkor. They escaped to Chamkor. Then Guru Gobind Singh's mother, along with two of his children, a 7-year-old boy and a 9-year-old boy. So that is, you can see here, given the names here. Um, Zorawar Singh, Sahibzada Zorawar Singh, Sahibzada Fateh Singh. These were 9-year and 7-year-old boys. So along with them, her name was Mata Gujari. So she took the young children, 7 and 9-year-old boys, younger children of Guru Gobind Singh, and she went towards Sirhind. She went towards a place called, I'll just get that. So they went away towards a village called Kheri. So they went away towards a village called Kheri, and they took shelter in the house of one Gangu. So that Gangu was a cook, I believe. He was a cook of the family. He knew the family very well. But then the Wazir, by name, Wazir Khan, Nawab of Sirhind. His name was Wazir Khan. He had put a price on the family members of Guru Gobind Singh. So and then looking at the gold she was carrying, Mata Gujari was carrying, the jewels she was wearing, and also the prize money on these children and the mother. This cook got greedy, so he revealed the hideout to the Wazir, to the Nawab of Sirhind, Wazir Khan. So that fellow got them arrested. They were put in a cold building. There was a river flowing below. It was very very cold. Two small children, a 7-year-old and 9-year-old boy, along with their grandmother, they were shut in this Tanda. What is it called? There's a place called. Go through this. Very interesting. It is Tanda Burj. It was a cold tower, I believe. So they were imprisoned there. And next day they were produced before the Wazir of Sirhind, Wazir Khan, Nawab of Sirhind, Wazir Khan. So that fellow wanted to, finish off the children. But then there were objections from some Muslim nobles saying that in Islam doesn't allow small children to be killed. But then Wazir Khan had his way. So a wall was built. A wall was built, and the plan was to, um, you know, um cement them into the wall. And that is the time when the Wazir Khan told the young children of Guru Gobind Singh that their father had been killed the previous night and both his brothers have died. So therefore, they should convert themselves to Islam, otherwise they'll be killed. So I believe these two young boys, 7 and 9-year-old boys, stood stoically. They did not show any emotions. They never also agreed to convert themselves to Islam. So therefore, as the wall was being built, the younger boy, the 7-year-old boy's throat was slit and he was buried into the wall. So looking at that, mother, the grandmother, that is mother of Guru Gobind Singh, she got a heart attack and she died. In shock, she died that night. And the next, the other boy, 9-year-old boy, was his throat was also slit. So they showed so much of bravery, two young boys, and that is commemorated as what is it called? The Veer Bal Divas. Veer Bal Divas, right? It commemorates the death of the younger Sahibzadas and two other boys, that is 18-year-old Ajit Singh and Jujar Singh, 14-year-old. So they died defending Chamkaur Sahib. And of course, Guru Gobind Singh escaped along with his soldiers. So he fought bravely and they were able to fight bravely and take on a much more bigger army. But in the process of doing so, he lost two of his elder sons and two were killed earlier, right? So this is the Veer Bal Divas. Very moving story. And of course, the Sikhs have built a Gurudwara at that place where the family dispersed. They had to escape to three different directions. So this is called Gurudwara Vichora Sahib. You can see on your screen, Gurudwara Parivar Vichora Sahib. No, bichad gaya, no, bichadne ka, Vichora in Punjabi. I don't know much of Punjabi, but I can understand a little bit. So here, Gurudwara Parivar Vichora Sahib. Yeah. So this is the story. So this was there in the newspaper. Please go through it. Very interesting. I've given the details here. Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Right? Okay. So this is about Sikhism. Then in Eastern India, we have in Bengal, Assam, Orissa, we have other saints. In Bengal, we have Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Original name was Vishwambara Mishra. So initially, he was a Vaishnava saint of Bengal and Orissa. Born in Navadvipa, Nadia, in Bengal, but spent most of his time in the Puri Jagannath temple, worshipping Puri Jagannath. And he started a sort of a reconversion movement in Bengal. So many of the untouchables reconverted themselves to Hinduism. They had been converted to Islam. They converted back to Hindu fold because of that reason, because of Chaitanya. And Chaitanya was considered to be very, very handsome. He was many of his followers, devotees, considered him to be an incarnation of Vishnu as such. And his teachings are called Achinta Beda Beda Vada. And his disciples promoted Bengali literature. So all these details are there, factual information. Please go through it. So Rupa Goswami, Baladeva Vidya Bhushanam, these are all the disciples of Chaitanya who wrote all these books. Ujjvala Nilamani, Bhakta Vasanta Sindhu, Govinda Bhashya, etc. Then Shankaradasa, he was a saint from Assam, a Vaishnava saint from Assam, and he wrote Kirtanas. So Shankaradeva, Srimanta Shankaradeva, so he established mutts called Satras. And the Satriya dance comes from there. Satriya dance. He also composed Borgeets. So Borgeets are songs which are sung when the Satriya dance is going on, right? And because of his influence, we have the Ahom king, Suhumung. So Ahom dynasty was ruling Assam. So Suhumung, the Ahom king, converted himself to Vaishnavism and took a new name, Swarganarayana. So these are all details. Please go through this. Shankaradasa. Then Maharashtra Dharma. What is Maharashtra Dharma? The Bhakti movement in Maharashtra. Bhakti movement in Maharashtra is called Maharashtra Dharma. It is also called Panduranga cult or Vithoba cult because it's centered around the Vitthal temple at Pandharpur. So this is the Vitthal temple at Pandharpur. You can see here. Krishna is called Vitthal here. Krishna is called Vitthal and Rukmini is called Rukumai. So this is on the banks of the Chandrabhaga river. A tributary of the Bhima. So Pandharpur is on the banks of the river Chandrabhaga, a tributary of the Bhima. So we have two types of Maharashtra saints, Varkari and Varkari and Dharakari. Varkari and Dharkari. What is Varkari? They do varis. Varis means pilgrimage. So you have the Varkari saints. They travel for weeks together, sometimes months together to reach the temple of Pandharpur to get the darshan of Vitthal. So they are called Varkaris. And Dharakaris are those who took also interest in political affairs. They were not just religious devotees of Vitthal. They also took interest in worldly affairs, political affairs. So, for example, we have the political guru of Shivaji was Ramdas, Samartha Ramdas. Samartha Ramdas was a Dharkari saint, because he was the one who inspired Shivaji to build a kingdom for the Marathas. So Dharakaris took interest in worldly affairs, political affairs, whereas Varakaris, they are more abstract, theoretical, and they believed in varis, going on pilgrimages to the temple of Pandharpur. So Sant Tukaram was a Varkari saint, whereas Samartha Ramdas was a Dharakari saint. Right. So I have given you the sequential order of these saints: Gnaneshwar, Namdev, Eknath, Tukaram. So you can mention it GNET. Gnanadeva, Namdev, Eknath, Tukaram. So that's the sequential order of these saints. So I've given you about Gnaneshwar, Gnanadeva. He was the one who founded Maharashtra Dharma. So he propagated Marathi literature. So all his books are in Marathi language. So he enriched that language and literature. He wrote Gnaneshwari or Bhavartha Deepika, which is a commentary on Bhagavad Gita, the Marathi commentary on Bhagavad Gita. Gnaneshwari, Amrita Anubhava, Changadeva, Prashasti. Similarly, Namdev, he was belonging to a Taylor caste. So he condemned idolatry, priestly dominance, domination. He wrote many abhangs. Abhangs are lyrical poems. Namdev. The Eknath. So he wrote Bhavartha Ramayana, lived in the 16th century. When Tukaram, founder of the Varkari movement, a contemporary of Shivaji. Then Rajasthan, we have a saint called Dadu Dayal. Dadu means brother, and Dayal means compassionate one. So he was an illiterate person, Dadu Dayal of Rajasthan. But then you have his teachings popularized by Rajab. One of his students, Rajab, was the one who popularized his teachings. They are called Dadu Anubhava Vani. Dadu Anubhava Vani, a compilation of 5,000 verses. So this is Dadu Dayal from Rajasthan, right? Then Gujarat, Narsinga Mehta, he compiled many bhajans in Gujarati language, including Gandhiji's favorite bhajan, Vaishnava Janato. Right? So let us look at the questions. This is about Bhakti movement. The world's second tallest statue in sitting pose of Ramanuja was inaugurated by the Prime Minister of India at Hyderabad recently. Which one of the following statements correctly represents the teachings of Ramanuja? This is a 2022 question. The best means of salvation was devotion. That's the answer. Best means of salvation was devotion. The rest of the statements are wrong. Vedas are eternal, self-existent, wholly authoritative. Logical arguments were essential means for the highest bliss. Salvation was to be obtained through the meditation. So that's not correct. Best means of salvation was devotion, Bhakti Marga. Then consider the following statements about Bhakti movement. The Bhakti movement first emerged in southern India. Correct? The Bhakti movement in North India carries influences of the culture introduced by the Muslim rulers. That is correct. It coincided with the Mongol invasions of Iran and Central Asia, resulting in a large immigration of Persianized cultural elites into India. This is also correct. You see, when Mongols attacked Iran and Central Asia, the Safavid dynasty suffered badly. So Iran was ruled by the Safavids. So because of the Mongol invasions, many of the Persian elites began to come to India. So that third statement is also correct. And the explanation is given here. I have given the explanation here on the yellow background. So please go through it. So then he was a poet, writer, philosopher, spiritual master, saint of Hindu faith. He spent 12 years traveling the whole Indian subcontinent as a devotee of Lord Ram and Hanuman, encountering many spiritual leaders and religious traditions. Throughout the years, he has influenced Hindu nationalist thinkers. This 17th century saint was said to have inspired Lokmanya Tilak, RSS founder K.B. Hedgevar, and V.D. Savarkar. So this refers to Ramdas. Ramdas was the person who was also the guru of Shivaji, Samartha Ramdas. Samartha Ramdas, the religious preceptor of Shivaji. Religious preceptor of Shivaji. Okay, the details are here, go through it. Then the Guru was born in Amritsar in 1621 to Mata Nanki and Guru Hargobind. He was also known as Tyagmal because of his ascetic nature. Spent his early childhood in Amritsar under the tutelage of Bhai Gurdas, who taught him Gurmukhi, Hindi, Sanskrit, Indian religious philosophy, while Baba Buddha trained him in swordsmanship, archery, horse riding. At the age of 13, he distinguished himself in a battle against a Mughal chieftain. This is Tegh Bahadur, the ninth Guru of the sixth. Tegh Bahadur, who took the title of Sacha Padsha. So answer is here, the explanation is here. Go through it. So then they have asked two questions from this chapter. Look here on your screen. The Bhakti movement received a remarkable reorientation with the advent of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Discuss. So they have asked about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This was a tough question. We'll discuss the answers later. Evaluate the nature of Bhakti literature and its contribution to Indian culture. So the nature of Bhakti literature and its contribution to Indian culture. Basically, it led to the promotion of vernacular languages. That's the main thing. So we'll discuss this later. So, okay, this is about Bhakti movement. I have no energy to do Sufi movement. So I will want to stop the class today here. I will want to call it a day. I will want to do it in the next weekend. Hello, are you there with me? Hello. So I would want to stop the class today here. I have a severe headache. So we'll stop here. The reason being, the AC has failed. So I'm working on fans. So the fan is on my ear and eyes from morning. So because of the air getting into my ears, I have a headache. So we'll stop here. We'll continue next weekend. Because of some power fluctuation and technical issues, the AC is not working. So please understand my plight. I did not want to. It's pretty hot here in the studio. Tomorrow morning, I don't know. Vaibhav, just throw a mail to me I think he little had mailed. I have forwarded it to the concerned people. Whatever is it, just mail me. I will forward it to the concerned people. That's what I can do. That's the minimum I can do. Okay, so I have listened to me. So I have Sufi movement to complete. Sufi movement. Then painting is there. Indian painting is there. Then science and technology is there. Education and dance. If I finish these topics, then that is the end of art and culture. So these are the pending topics which I'll finish in the next class. Either it will be on a Saturday or next Sunday. They will let you know the weekend batch. Okay. So we'll call it a day here. I'll stop here. Thank you. Carry on. We will meet soon, and you keep reading, and extra information is coming our way. It will be sent to you by mail. Okay, extra information on art and culture will be sent by mail as soon as possible. Maybe today, by tomorrow, maximum tomorrow, I should get it. If you don't get it, mail me. If you don't get it, mail me. Let that be a reminder. They can ask Gia topics like science and tech. We'll discuss it. Last year in the mains they asked about science and technology in the Delhi Sultanate period. Delhi Sultanate. That was a tough question. So what I will do is I'll give you a mantra. That is a book. Okay, you read that book, all of you. It is covered very beautifully. Next class I'll give you that. So don't miss that class of mine. I'll give you the name of that book. You pick up that book and you make notes. It will cover any surprising question asked by UPSC. That book will you should be able to answer it. Okay, so we'll meet tomorrow next class. You please excuse me now. And don't worry, Kennedy, that will be done. Yeah, for mains. It can be useful for prelims also. For mains. I think if I have it, let me see if I have it. Just hold on. अगर है तो दे देंगे, दिखा देंगे. हाँ, है ना? Can you see this book? This is Medieval India. Take down. Name of the book is Medieval India. This is a supplement. If you have Satish Chandra, it's a supplement to Satish Chandra. If you have Poonam Dalal Dahiya, it's a supplement to Poonam Dalal Dahiya. So the study of a civilization. The study of a civilization. The author is Irfan Habib. It is available on Amazon. Okay, so this is an old book. This is by National Book Trust. This is a book by National NBT publication, National Book Trust, Government of India. National Book Trust publication. NBT. Okay, in short, NBT publication. 85 rupees ka book hai ye. So this is, when did I buy this? This is an old edition. You might have had a new edition, but this is पुराना edition है ये, doesn't matter. ये this is 2008 का edition है, doesn't matter. यहाँ पे ना listen to me, all of you listen to me. Cost is 85 rupees. 85 rupees. See, like for example, Professor Irfan Habib has covered it like this. Like for example, early medieval India, technology in early medieval India, science in early medieval India, religion, literature, art. Then under Sultanate period, Delhi Sultanate. So he has covered polity, economy, society, technology, science and learning, religion, literature, art. Then he's come to Mughal India, Mughal Empire, economy, social structure, religion. Okay, then science and technology, literature, fine arts, living in Mughal times. So each of these sections are covered like this. Early medieval India, Sultanate, Mughal. 3 important chapters. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be taking, don't worry. Evening batch is there. Normal evening batch is there. So you pick up this book. It's not a waste of money. It's a beautiful book. And believe me, whatever question UPSC asked last year was from this book. If you have read this book and made notes, you should have been able to write. So whatever model answers I have given, or model answer I have given for that question, which was last year in the mains, Delhi Sultanate Science and Technology. It is directly from one book. So I'm sharing this book. Please, sharing this information. Please buy that book. It's available on Amazon. You see, look how the book looks. Have a good look as to how the book looks. Okay, this is the cover page. Okay, old edition hai. It's available on Amazon. Ye le lo and pado. Notes banao. And whatever I have to share with you, I'll share it with you. Okay, you carry on now. We'll meet next weekend. Okay, weekend batch. Kennedy, I don't know how much is it is. It may be inflation. Okay. Okay. So carry on then. We'll call it a day. I'm logging out. Thank you. Fourth edition, pata nahi. Yeah, that must be the fourth edition. Maybe Kennedy. It's by Irfan Habib. Go by the reading. Medieval India, the study of a civilization. Can I log out now? Okay. Thank you. Kennedy, tell me, what do you want, Kennedy? Sir, Baiju book. What Baiju book? Medieval India. I have no idea, Ketan. When Baiju book could be delivered, you just mail me whatever is your query. I'll forward it to the concerned people. My edition is 2008, Baba. Kennedy, my edition is 2008. Right. Okay, carry on, carry on. You go by the topics. Just look at the topics. Okay, good night. Thank you.